X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things down. Let me show you how.
All right, everybody. Hello, hello. How are you all doing? It's good to see all of you again. Welcome back. What's up, Disky Doo? Welcome, welcome. War Penguin, good to see you. Trans Daughter of Water, how are you? Good to see you guys. Lay Joker, welcome. Bina Becker, how are you? Eric Knox, what's going on? Cleaver120, good to see you. What's going on? Sorry for no stream yesterday, but, guys, FF14 Endwalker is really good. Like, it's really good. It's really good. Anyone else excited for Shadows of the Erd Tree? I haven't played Elden Ring yet, which is weird because I'm like a big Dark Souls fan, so I really do need to get to Elden Ring eventually. But, as mentioned, FF14, new expansion in 5 days. Technically 7, because there's 2 days of downtime, but I gotta finish Endwalker before the new expansion comes out. How far have you gotten into Endwalker? Augusta Nora, all I'm going to say is my current objective is very far away. About as far away as anything can be. That you know enough. My current objective is very, 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 very far away. What level is the quest? I got the Uzima's earrings, so it won't be 100% accurate. I'm a level above, but I'm level 89. And it stopped me to go do my tank roll quests. I'm at the point where if you haven't done your tank roll quest, because I'm playing Paladin, of course. If you haven't done your roll quest yet, Fortuno's quest icon is red. That's where I am. I gotta do my class quests at my like, I did the first of however many there are in Endwalker, and then once I finish them, I talk to Fortuno, and we're going somewhere. You have made a lot of I am like, let me check on MSQ Tracker, actually. Yeah, I've been playing the game like crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry for not streaming. It's just, you know, FF14's MSQ is like an addictive TV show. Endwalker, 69.15% of the way done. I've done 95 of 135 quests. Yeah. I'm about to be done with, like, part 2 of Endwalker, and I'm gonna be in the post-patch. Or post-patches, I guess. Which are the lead-in to Dawn Trail, right? Here, actually, I can check specifically how far into, Endwalker I am. Oh, no, okay. I'm 72% of the way through Endwalker Part 2. So there's still a good, like, 15 quests left in this, like, arc. And then I get to the part 3 of the expansion. So you heard the fact that there are wardens wandering around spawn in 2B2T? I've not heard about that, but sounds pretty cool. I definitely want to hop back on 2B2T sometime soon. Xanderhall is the DACA equivalent for spouses of American citizens as a segment? Yeah, I'll probably be covering that. Yes, I actually saw that story today. Delancer, I read an article about it, and it does look pretty good. Biden is continuing to be based. Have a good joke? What is this? That is pretty true. That is true. That is real. That is true. That is accurate. Xanderhall, the videos are on YouTube. That is just pure evil. I mean, not really. I mean, like, if you're referring to just putting wardens around spawn, I mean, making spawn hard to escape is what 2B2T is all about. It's been too easy for a while with the lack of lag and the proliferation of trees and food. I just drop in some good news for Biden in the stream suggestions channel. Cool. I appreciate that, One Piece. Thank you kindly. Guys, I've been having so much fun with FF14. If you guys aren't already playing this shit with me, if you haven't already joined the free company, what are you doing, dude? Exclamation point FC in chat. And just join. Get into FF14. It's free. What are you doing? You're cucking yourself. Why? You're inhaling copium if you haven't started playing the game. Not interested in MMORPGs? Game Master 19. I need you to understand the fact that you don't understand what FF14 is. It's basically just a Final Fantasy game that exists in a massive multiplayer environment. When you think MMORPG, you're thinking of the landscape of games that are meant to be played like a chore, or if not, be played like an addiction. Well, yeah, it's possible to get addicted to FF14 because the story is so crazy. It goes hard. I don't play Final Fantasy. I don't play Final Fantasy either, Game Master 19. Listen to me, Game Master 19. This is my first Final Fantasy game, okay? This game is like a lot of fan service for Final Fantasy superfans, granted, but I don't get any of the references or anything. It's just on its own an amazing game. My backlog is too large, though. You guys, listen, I say this because I was one of the people resistant to get into it too, and I was even huffing the copium, like, it's not that good, as I got into, like, Heaven's Word, but by the end I was like, ah, shit, it's pretty good. And then Stormblood happens, and you're like, oh shit, this is... Yeah, I'm in it now. And then Shadowbringers happens, and you're like... Give me a minute. Okay. That's your reaction to Shadowbringers, and then Endwalker happens, and the first, like, 10% of Endwalker, you're like... Okay. Okay. And then the whole rest of it, you're just like... Like, there are moments that are going to make you fucking like, mouth agape, dude. Can you play it on Linux? I now game on Linux, mint with Proton? I think so, yeah. Yeah, of course you can play it on Linux. The Steam Deck is a Linux-based machine. Like, yeah. You can game on Linux. It's not ideal for gaming, from my understanding, and I'm way more used to Windows, but you can absolutely play it on Linux. My buddy plays it on Steam Deck, which is literally running Linux. Did you cry at the end, that final walk up? At the end of Shadowbringers, Levy? I didn't quite cry, but I can relate a lot to the villain, quote-unquote, of Shadowbringers, of Endwalker. Oh, no, I haven't, I haven't gotten to the end of Endwalker yet, Levy. I'm at the point where I need to go very far away to fight something. Very, very far away. I have to silence the song. Yeah, now you know where I'm at. Now you know where I'm at. God, the Endwalker trailer doesn't really tell you shit, does it? Like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker do such a good job of making a trailer that does it definitely gets the vibe of the expansion across, and a lot of, like, the motifs and some of the set pieces, but it's a remix that will actively, like, anti-spoil you, in a way. Like, there's a moment where you think a thing from the trailer is going to happen, and the thing that happens in the trailer is a completely different character. Not the one you see in the trailer, and you're like, oh! And they do that in both Shadowbringers and the Endwalker trailer, and it's really cool when those moments happen, and you're like, wait, I thought I knew this. This is what happened in the trailer, but this is a completely different context and characters. I don't understand why Stormblood gets shit on. It's a really cool Revolution plot. Well, yeah, you're like, the problem is, let me like summarize the idea of each expansion, and that should get across why people don't really like Stormblood as much. A Realm Reborn, you know, it's the establishing expansion. It's 50 levels of establishing, like, locations, characters, and plot, and lore, and stuff like that, making you understand the world. Heavensward is, like, the stakes start happening expansion, where you're like, there's dragons and shit, and it goes hard, right? So people love Heavensward. It's also the first big, like, tech advancement, I guess you could say. Because as you go through Final Fantasy XIV, through each expansion, and even the patches within expansions, the budget and tech get higher quality, and so you get more voiced cutscenes, the cutscenes are better looking, and you get more, like, insanely beautiful, large-scale set pieces and whatnot as you get further into the story, even within the same expansion, because, like, patch after patch, they had a higher budget. And so, like, you're fighting dragons and shit in Heavensward, and it's your first big, like, increase in like, budget and quality for the game. And then you get the Stormblood, and it's definitely improvement, but the plot of it is a revolution, right? Like, you are basically helping a two-front revolution against fascists, which is cool as fuck. Don't get me wrong, it was great. But then after that, you're fighting angels and shit and Shadowbringers, and then an Endwalker, you're basically fighting the concept of nihilism. So it's like, you can see how you've got your establishment that's always going to be nostalgic and somewhat positively looked on. You've got slaying dragons, revolution against a fascist empire, fighting angels, and then fighting the concept of nihilism. You could see how Stormblood kind of gets the, like, It's good, but nothing all that crazy goes down in Stormblood besides some setup for other stuff, you know? Which is really crazy, but it doesn't happen in Stormblood, you know? Yeah, we gotta go punch the original Doomer in the face. The first Doomer, if you will. God, oh my god. I wish I could talk about the reveals that I have found and that I've just received in FF14 without spoiling it for anybody who's watching, because it's so fucking good and like eerie. I've never had a cutscene in an MMO make my hair stand up because of existential dread. You know? Like, holy shit. Is anyone playing the Elden Ring DLC? I won't be, because, well, I will be eventually, but not when it comes out, because I haven't played Elden Ring yet, sadly. Good gosh. What are you talking about, Rockfire? Definitely join the free company, so when you get frustrated and lost on what to do, you can just ask somebody. You will often find that the best thing you can have in a community experience like that is just a person you can ask for advice when you don't know what to do. True, Hikari. Very true. God, we're watching the Endwalker trailer. Sorry, don't care. It's also, mildly spoilery for the previous expansions if you're already invested in FF14, so fair warning, but it's also not really that spoilery at the same time, if that makes sense. But this is the expansion I'm on, the most recent, until, a week from now when a new one comes out. I am almost caught up on FF14, guys. I'm almost caught up. Yeah, I know you want me to play the trailer, Hikari. You're literally singing the lyrics in the chat. They use this song a lot in this expansion. They save the main theme playing for the end of Shadowbringers, the big confrontation. They play this beat all the time in Endwalker. You can guess where this is. I'm trading my curved 1440p monitor for a flat panel one to play classic games more easily. That makes sense. I'm not a big curved monitor guy. I've never used one, granted, but...
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
The final song in the final fight is a cool remix that is super hype. Cool. Yeah, this bit happens in the expansion, and it doesn't go down like this. Or even in this location. Yeah, the Shadowbringers trailer might be my favorite still. It's hard to say. It's really hard to pick between Shadowbringers and this one. Because this one uses every theme. This one's this bit here is an ode to The Realm Reborn, and now we're in Heavensward. The Heavensward theme.
The star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet...
God.
There were those
Heavensward also had an amazing soundtrack. Obsidian's the best. He's just so cool.
The hour is come for retry. It's all or nothing.
The Stormblood part. Actually, this guy might be the original Nihilist. Technically. Technically, Fandaniel is the original Nihilist.
The stage is set, but will our heroes deign to play their part?
Oh, the music in this game is like
took
a
your time.
very broad variety. You get everything from like choir shit to like 2000s rock to like just everything. Like, there's everything. You get like a very, very broad variety of music in this game, and it all goes hard. Like the music and even like the genre is based on where you are and like what the situation is, and there are motifs. Like this bit here is Charlene's theme, which is the city, Charlene.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care.
Yeah, this game has cat people. You can be a cat girl or a cat boy. Dude, chat. This is a message for everybody who knows about FF14 as an Endwalker and is in Endwalker. Someone told me about the Emiliant's custom deliveries, and that you can dress up Emiliant's in whatever you want. Alphino and Alize are not going to be happy with me, guys.
So, Charleon would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on.
Oh, if you think Mikote have long necks, Rockfire,
We must.
Elizin have giraffe necks.
Do as you must then. But we
Elves.
Scions will fight. Until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
And this guy's just awesome. I love Xenos. He's great. If you think about it, he's not really a nihilist. He's actually kind of the toxic opposite of nihilism.
Past the far edge of fate.
Oh, I just realized whose voice that is.
Green blades dark.
Yeah, I know whose voice that is speaking. That's Emmett.
Tolling the coming of the end.
You do go to the moon. You go to the moon in this expansion, obviously the worst kept secret in all of FF14 because the fucking trailer. That's not the place that's very far away I'm referring to. For those that don't know, who haven't played FF14, that's not even what I'm referring to when I say I've got to go really far away to get to my objective in the current point in the game that I'm in. That is not the super far away place. The moon is actually considerably closer. Am I going to get back into FF14 this summer? Yes, you should. Yes, you should. They're literally dropping a new expansion. What are you talking about? Of course you should. I bet at some point they'll add a feature to swap classes mid-fight. I hope they do, because right now you can only swap between classes outside of combat. And it would be really cool if, like the Shadowbringers trailer, you could switch between classes mid-battle as, like, a counter, you know? Like, oh, shit, this isn't going well for me. And then switch to Dark Knight, like in the Shadowbringers trailer. That'd go hard. Oh, you haven't missed anything, Circuit Dog. I've just been talking to chat for a bit. Oh, by the way, my beautiful, lovely peoples here in chat, guess what? After stream today, we're doing a watch party in the Discord of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the animated show, obviously. We're going to be watching episodes 7 of Season 1 through 12 of Season 1, so we're going to be watching another 6 episodes of the show. I've already seen the first 6 in the PV Amplify Discord, which is what I highly recommend you guys go join if you want to see next week's watch party of Avatar. But we're doing it tonight in my Discord, so make sure you've already joined the Discord if you haven't already, because we're doing a watch party. I would join, but I want to spend some more time with my family. It's all good, Game Master 19. But I know that a lot of you guys love Avatar The Last Airbender, and a lot of you guys find it downright heretical I haven't seen it before, so if you want to ensure that I am no longer an infidel who has not seen Avatar The Last Airbender, then please consider joining the watch party. You can vicariously relive watching it for the first time through me. I've not seen the live action. No, I've literally not seen anything Avatar The Last Airbender except for the first 6 episodes I watched last week in the other Discord watch party. So now we're doing the next 6 episodes in here. Or in my Discord, not in here, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, what? I know. I acknowledge that it was in fact sacrilegious that I haven't seen Avatar The Last Airbender. I acknowledge it. I'm well aware. I'm self-aware of the sins that I have committed. Alright. I've got a really funny topic to talk about for us to start with today. Man, finding links sometimes is just awful. Just awful now. Like, genuinely so. Alright. Alright, everyone. Let me adjust the audio a little bit. Or not the audio, the visuals a little bit, because my gain's a little high now with the lights coming through the window much more. There we go. That looks better. Okay, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. How many of you guys saw that viral TikTok from that lady, the tradwife lady? Her name was, Lily Gaddis? Lily Gaddis, I think? Yeah, she went viral because she put out this little TikTok video. I can't find the original for some reason. I don't know if, like, they just won't post it because it's just... It's a little, you know, it's a little, like, I don't know, questionable to just platform a video of the thing that's being condemned, but, you know... I guess I get why it's somewhat hard to find, but it's also very viral, so it's... I have no clue. I have no clue. They removed it? Yeah, a lot of places have removed it. It's hard to find these days. You can't find it on YouTube either. But here's the screenshot from the video. She's basically just, like, in tradwife gear, like a gold cross and, like, what do they call it? Apron? An apron, and she's, like, mixing something in a bowl and talking into the TikTok phone camera. Look, I'm more of a boomer than her. She ends up saying at one point, like, why are women these days dating broke? And then she refers to dudes with the N-word with the soft A at the end. So, like, my understanding of it was, oh my god, does this white woman, like, think, like, 'cause she's, like, pretty and innocent looking, and so she won't get shit for trying to, like, pass off saying the N-word with the soft A? Like, what was she trying to pull? Was this always a stunt to try to get people angry, or was it just her having, like, a dumb white girl moment, for lack of a better phrasing. I don't know what else to call it. Vosh got shit for saying the soft day is different. I mean, it's definitely different, but I don't know how much of a difference it makes. My understanding is that she got fired from her job for it, though, which is pretty extreme, I'd definitely say. Just saying the N-word with the soft day, I don't know if that's... I mean, you can get fired for anything, so I guess it is what it is. But as you can imagine, her getting fired for this led to the immediate victim narrative pool. You know, like, just the immediate, like, we're going with, like, the I am a victim narrative. And so she goes and makes a new Twitter account where she begins to try and rekindle the fire of the post that made her go viral. Because she didn't make any money off of that post on its own, right? Like, she ended up getting banned and just yeeted off of a lot of platforms. So she didn't make much, like, revenue, money, or fame off of that. So she quickly made a new Twitter account and started rapidly posting more try-hard attempts at recapturing the lightning in a bottle of her first video. And they're all so pathetic. Oh my God. Have you kept up with her posts? I've watched all of these because they're actually like a guilty pleasure of mine because they're so bad. Like, in the same way that like 16-year-old me would watch like cringe compilations or something, this is 24-year-old me's equivalent. Like, this is adult cringe compilation. Like, just watch this and be warned, there are slurs, but you know, you're all grown up. You can handle hearing a couple of slurs. We've all heard them. We've all heard these slurs. We argue with Nazis and right-wingers. We know what the deal is. Let's watch.
So a recent video of mine seems to have...
I will say, I find it absolutely hysterical that she went and got her hair done for this TikTok. Or at the very least, spent a while volumizing and blow drying it and whatnot. You know, I've had a girlfriend before. I know what they have to do to make their hair look like this. It's a lot of work, and like you just know she probably spent hours in front of the mirror making herself look like this before she recorded this TikTok, so she could have that sexual appeal to like angry, horny, pent-up conservative men.
Upset members of a certain community, and all the backlash just really made me, you know, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And
are you ready,
all
guys?
That, I still couldn't find a care.
You're gonna call us racist? You're gonna call us potential Timothy McVeighs? Fuck you. War.
As you can see, it's not very good. Like, guys, I need you to understand that if you're like, okay, my biggest, most misogynistic rant is incoming, okay? Women have it easy, all right? Women have it so goddamn easy because they always have the option of just going on the internet and saying they hate feminism, and the recent rise of the radical left has made them move from being a Democrat or a progressive into being conservative. And there's just the biggest, like, merry-go-round of conservative outlets and figureheads that are there to provide you with the most, like, astroturfed platform in the world. The only trade-off is you have to sell your soul. That's the trade-off. You condemn yourself to the bowels of hell for all eternity if you're a woman who takes that path. There is the same option with like any black figure on the with a public platform. If you pivot to conservatism, it's very easy like to just get a big audience of people who are very racist, and they would absolutely adore the idea of a black person telling them that it is in fact them as white people who are the oppressed ones, who are the victims, who are being kept down, and that they are victims that should be felt bad for. Like, oh my God. And the same goes for young men and like pent up, like older men who are in that kind of incel sphere, who want a woman to tell them that like feminism is evil and the left is crazy, and the world in a rightfully the world belongs to men, and these crazy progressive feminists are coming to take it from you, you know? A lot of guys like to hear that stuff come out of a woman's mouth. If they can hear it come from a woman, then they can convince themselves that all women understand this to be a secret, deep down truth that they're just denying. That's what a lot of these guys think, and what a lot of these guys say. Like, they'll just outright say it's what they believe, that every woman knows that deep down they'd be happier if they just were a breeding mare for a man, but they'll never say it, you know? It's like, okay, but why? You know? She put out more, though. They get progressively worse because you can see that she's very desperate to, like, actually get somewhere with this. She's literally firecracker, yeah. Like, I don't know why, but watching the first episodes of Season 4 of The Boys, the second I saw them make fun of the fake redhead... They're always redheaded because, like, the whole conservative, like, the extinction of redheads thing, like, they're trying to replace redheaded women with black women conspiracy. Like, they always try to, like, gravitate towards fake redhead if they can. If they're smart, they'll dye their hair red if they're a conservative female pundit. And they know that, like, a lot of it is just, like, sex appeal, and that nothing that they say matters. And so I knew that when The Boys made fun of that, like, female conservative grifter archetype, that would set off so many normies and right-wingers because they wouldn't be able to, like, deny it's making fun of them anymore at that point. Like, it's just so explicit. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the inspirations for Firecracker, yeah. Not but one of. The headlines did kind of misquote there, as if implying that there was only one inspiration. Every character you see in The Boys that's like a parody is a parody of multiple different people or things mixed together into one. It's pretty on the nose, but they do enough to, like, kind of, like, obfuscate the parody somewhat. She was the inspiration for the Smiling Titan too. That I know for a fact is coincidence because Season 1 of Attack on Titan came out. Like hell, the manga came out, like, when I was way younger, but Season 1 of Attack on Titan premiered when I was in, for 6th grade, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was a no one 4 years ago.
I really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you are considering becoming gay, bi, let's just say a member of the rainbow community.
Remember, guys, because people become... So I need you to understand, she is 100% aware of the fact that everything she's saying is bullshit. She's just some lady. I'm gonna make some fan fiction about this woman right now, okay? I'm gonna make some fan fiction about this woman because I grew up in the South, and I know the type, okay? I know the type. All right. There is a type of ignorant Southern white women, okay, that will. They're not quite, like, horrifically bigoted. But they're white and from the South, and they've got some ignorant ideas, some ignorant tendencies, you know what I mean? And because they're not necessarily racist, maybe they end up in a relationship with a black guy. Or if they're bi or lesbian, they like with a black woman, or a black non-binary person. And maybe within that relationship, they get the pass. And then that white girl thinks she can just say it now. So my theory is that at some point, she's a white woman from the South, conservative area, clearly already ignorant to begin with, maybe dated a black guy. He said, yeah, you can say it around me. And then after, like, I don't know, maybe they haven't dated in 5 years, she just thought she's cool now, you know? And so she drops the N-word with the soft A in her TikTok. Her life crumbles around her. And now, from her perspective, there is but one path to move forward. And that is being a conservative grifter. And you want to know why I think she's doing this? Why she's so willing to sell her soul in pursuit of turning her, what was probably just a fuck up, into a very, very poorly executed pursuit of that conservative money? She has confirmed she's a single mom. And it's not fake. It's not a lie or, like, part of the grift or anything. In fact, it resulted in a very negative reaction from her fan base when she revealed it, especially because the baby doesn't look white enough for her Nazi audience. So I can kind of imagine a scenario where she had a massive TikTok fuck-up, lost her job, And now it's like, what the fuck do? I have a baby to support. I'm a single mother. All right, I'll just sell my soul to try to get those conservative grift bucks. Gotta support my child somehow. It's a plausible line of it's a plausible scenario with the knowledge, like the evidence that we have currently. But man, you can clearly see she's not even tapped into your average conservative talking point, right? Like, she's clearly, like, was already ignorant and kind of, like, weird from the get-go. But, like, dude, she's not even she doesn't know conservative talking points. Not even to the same extent where she can repeat the dialogue tree she might have heard on Fox News or anywhere else. It's not that she's stupid. It's that she genuinely doesn't know the talking points. She's that disconnected from it. Give this a listen. Like, genuinely give this a listen. Imagine the dumbest conservative argument you've ever heard. This isn't even succeeding at being a dumb conservative argument. It's just, like, she's imitating what she thinks a conservative argument is, you know?
Bad news. But if you are considering becoming gay, bi, let's just say a member of the rainbow community, I would advise against it because the day of the rainbow is over. The gay has canceled out the gay. You're not going to be special anymore. You're not going to be considered edgy. You're not going to be considered cool. It's just over. I'm sorry. You're going to have to find a new identity because that one's not working because everything is gay. Architecture is gay. Cars are gay. Like, look at these electric cars. They're the gayest, ugliest, like, uncool.
So, like, this might have been a solid conservative talking point 10 to 15 years ago. But one of the most prominent conservative figures right now is the electric car guy, Elon Musk. Who, well, yes, he doesn't believe in climate change. He still clearly believes in electric cars, as do his fans, which are, like, the whole right at the moment. You know? Like, is Elon gay now? So true, though. Well, actually, no. Elon Musk is definitely not gay. He's definitely straight. In fact, he's, like, the most weird kind of straight, where he thinks he has to, like, propagate his bloodline.
Cool cars imaginable. They're so embarrassing and so gay. The outfits are all gay. You see...
Oh my god, chat. I just remembered and I forgot to reply to it. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are gonna be mad at me. I hate ADHD. Guys, guess who emailed me? I think it's real. It could be fake, to be fair. And I don't tend to click on emails right when I see them because it can be risky. Sometimes they just have a file attached that insta-downloads and fucking, like, downloads a keylogger or hacks your accounts. It's how those YouTubers get their shit hacked. I got an email from the fucking birther couple, the breeder couple. It was very nice, like, in the headline and stuff, despite how overwhelmingly cruel I was to them. And they wanted to talk to me on their show, which my response would obviously be, no, you gotta come on mine. Well, I guess maybe going on theirs would be good, because then I get in front of their, well, insane audience. I don't know. I don't know if I gain much from them platforming me so much as me bringing them onto my platform. That would be interesting. Oh my god. They want to debate. Guys, I don't know if it would be a debate, because it would just be more so like me interviewing them incredulously about their breeder kink, and I'm definitely going to ask them if they're gay. Like, you know that, right? Like, I'm definitely going to ask them if they're 100% positive that they're straight, because, like, I'm a straight guy, and when I see a hot girl, I don't think about the capacity through which she can carry my seed and perpetuate my bloodline. Like, that is just not a very straight thing to think about, you know?
Uncool cars imaginable. They're so embarrassing and so gay. The outfits are all gay. You see, like, these little e-boys, like, fucking... Shut up. Shut up. You're gay. You're gay. And it's gay. Everything is gay.
She just like ran out of things to say and just ended it with everything is gay. Like, to be very clear, she's been ratioed to oblivion in every one of these posts. Like, these videos are not performing well. I need to be very clear. And, like, her earlier, the ones I just showed you here, they got ratioed hard, but not that hard. Like, they got, like, thousands of comments, but there was still over 10,000 likes. Here's the thing. as the videos get further in and she so clearly doesn't know what to say or what to do, but has to keep the fire burning, the videos get more and more clumsy and poorly thought out and put together and badly worded. And now even her own Nazi fans have turned against her, especially when she revealed a picture of her baby and the fact that she's a single mother. She just doesn't know how to appeal to these people. She doesn't know the dialogue tree.
It's really weird to me that people are okay with the fact that the government can take away a felon's right to bear arms. Like, I don't care if you've committed...
Guys, not even pro-gun conservatives agree with this. Like, not even the most pro-gun conservatives generally believe that felons should be armed. Outside of very particular circumstances, where maybe they can regain their Second Amendment rights by proving, like, some level of safety or whatever. But, like, most of the time, like, right now, I don't know if you're familiar, but, like, Nick Rekieta is getting absolutely giga-dumped on as a conservative figure by the right for having cocaine and guns in the presence of his children, who, by the way, tested positive for cocaine, and not just positive for cocaine, but habitual cocaine use. It's in their hair at, like, insane quantities, like habitual use quantities for a long amount of time. It's been a habitual use thing for the kids. It's fucked. But, like, the right is absolutely dunking on this guy right now because the right doesn't like the idea of a guy having cocaine and guns. Like, the right recognizes that the thing that is harming the perception of gun ownership in America is gun crime. And the best way you can eliminate gun crime is by preventing felons, actual already convicted felons, from buying a firearm. That is one of the most effective ways you can prevent that from happening. So yeah, most gun people are actually pretty in favor of those rules because they don't want a very obvious loophole, or not loophole, but obvious opening through which dangerous people can just acquire firearms and give anti-gun people an easy W as, like, look how easy it is for a criminal, someone who's killed people before, to go get an instrument of death, you know? Like, not even pro-gun people are in favor of this. So she just whiffs every single video.
Violent crime. I don't care what you've done. Once you've paid your time, once you've, paid your debt to society, done your jail...
I'm so glad she specifies, even if you committed a violent crime.
The fact that the government can take away a felon's right to bear arms. Like, I don't care if you've committed a violent crime. I don't care what you've done. Once you've paid your time, once you've, paid your debt to society, done your jail time, whatever, as soon as you get out, they should need to hand you your guns back. The government should not be able to distinguish who gets to have guns and who doesn't, because as soon as you allow that, if you give these people an inch, they will take a mile. So,
to be very clear, she owns 0 guns. Like, guaranteed, she owns 0 guns. She's a single mom. She's got a baby in the house. You know this girl doesn't shoot guns. She might not have ever shot before, even coming from a somewhat conservative, like, southern area. By the sound of her voice, you can probably tell she's probably from, like, Missouri or Alabama, if I were to guess. Maybe, like, definitely Midwest. That's a Midwest southern accent. Like somewhere west of Tennessee and Georgia, but still in the South. You know what I mean? She's around there for sure, or from around there. But I don't think she's ever shot a real gun. I genuinely don't think she has. I think she's probably just kind of, like, just shitting out of her mouth right now, whatever comes to mind. That sounds vaguely conservative.
First, it's felons. Next, what is it going to be? People who vote against them? People who vote against establishment? People who...
First, it's felons we don't let have guns. Next, it's going to be people who don't vote for the establishment, because that's how voting works. You have to vote for or against the establishment. That's how the concept of an establishment works.
Are conspiracy theorists. Like, you don't want to let the government have any leeway. You want to keep a tight rein on the government. And we need to start by letting felons have guns again, because they're coming for our guns next. You realize that?
You don't have any guns.
It's an easy argument for them, but they're coming for you.
You're a single mom grifting on the internet. You can't afford a gun. Okay, I know how expensive guns are. You can't afford one. Listen, if she could afford a gun, she certainly cannot afford a single attachment or regular, like, trips to the range to buy ammo. Do you guys want to know how fucking, like, awful ammo prices are? Do you want to know how awful, like, god fucking awful ammo prices can be for anything that's not, like, 22? There was a rural department store near me doing a massive sale, a 60% off sale on boxes of 9mm. So do you want to know what I did? I went there and bought a year's worth of 9mm. This is so fucking heavy, and there is so much in here. This is just the surface of the boxes of 9mm. This is my range ammo for like a fucking year, dude. Like, that it was a 60% off sale, and it was already cheap FMJ, or TMJ, sorry, Total Metal Jacket range ammo. And, like, I just went there, and I bought the entire fucking box of boxes. And it was the last one left. You can show ammo on stream, but not guns. Lame. You can show guns on stream. The problem is, so lore, please, the way showing guns on stream works is, like, well, yes, it's technically sort of against... Well, it's against rules on Twitch. I don't know about YouTube. Well, it's sort of kind of discouraged by YouTube. It's more of a handle them safely and don't let anything bad happen, and you're fine. But if, God help you, you fuck up, which obviously that's bad no matter what, you know, that's a year's supply? Yeah, roughly. And it depends on how often you go to the range. The thing is, I have friends I go to the range with. I have range buddies, so when I go to the range, I'm sharing ammo. So this is a year's worth of ammo for me and my friends and my mom when we go to the range, and that's just 9mm too. So like, you know, any other like guns that we shoot, we're gonna have to buy ammo for at the place. But you know, a year of going to the grocery store. Heyo. Show your gun. It's all the way. It's over there. I don't feel like getting it. There's one over there. You guys can see that one, but it's not. It doesn't shoot proper bullets. It's just an air rifle. But that's for varmints and birds and stuff. I'm not ever gonna use it on a bird, but it could definitely take out a bird. But that's an air rifle. That's you can see it's got a big old silencer on it or suppressor on it, so that it's quiet. Long. It's pretty long. Hold on. There you guys go. Now you can see all of it. I have it outside of the case because if, God forbid, like, a mouse gets into my house when I go out at night to take my dog out or something, I need to be able to grab that quickly. Plus, there's no one else here, and certainly no children, so. But I do believe that if you have children or, frankly, anyone else who lives in your house with you that is not the owner of the firearm legally, I think that there should be safe storage laws. Like, it should be illegal to not have your gun locked up when it's not, like, you know, being actively in use. Like, that should be a crime. Or the way it would have to be... Oh, wait, no, she does have a gun. Oh, okay, well, she has a gun, and as expected, she can only afford the gun itself. She's pocket carrying it. My fucking God. She might actually... Is she a troll? She's pocket carrying a Glock 19. Well, it might be a Glock, like, I mean, I guess it could be a 20. Hold on. Well, no, that's a 19 probably. It's the same gun I have. I can tell by the... Is it the same? No, she's got the generation lower. That might be a Gen 4. That's either a Glock Gen 3 or a Glock Gen 4. I've got the Gen 5. As you can see, she can't even afford... Fuck, that hurt. She can't even afford one of these. An appendix carry holster. As a matter of fact, there are gun stores that are specifically... There's one near me in Florida, where my place was in Florida, called... what was it called? Her Safety, or like Her something. It started with her, and then it had another word that had to do with, like, arming yourself. Like Her Arms, or Her Defense, or something. It was literally a store dedicated to female-oriented firearm stuff. That's probably an airsoft gun. It very well could be an airsoft gun. That's the thing I was about to say. Airsoft guns nowadays are made practically exact. Look what I looked. This is what I searched to find her, by the way. N-word lady TikTok, in case you're wondering how I found this woman. Anyway, so for the clips for the segments. Anyway, this is like $6. Like, it's literally $6, and you just, as you can see here, I'll put it into full screen so you guys can see. I know it's level 2 retention. You guys are gonna hate me for that. I've already gotten shit for it, but it's fine. You just basically clip these onto your belt. They spin around, but I keep them like this, and you just clip these things onto your belt, and this all goes inside your pants. Like, around this point is where like the top of your pants would be, and then this like kind of pads up against your stomach and against like your appendix is where I appendix carry. And then you've got this, which can usually on some you can change the cant. So you, like, this one already has a really good cant, so it points away from my dick and balls, so I don't have like the muzzle of the gun when holstered pointed at my cock. That's quite nice of them. However, like, a lot of them come with a cant adjuster, so you can actually adjust the direction this is pointed in. So like what angle you would reach down to unholster, you can do that. My gun's like a whole 2 feet away, so I don't feel like getting up to get it. I should probably have it within arm's reach if I'm sitting here, you know, in case someone breaks into the house, but it's all good. But yeah, as you can see, I was right. She can't afford any attachments or so much as an appendix carrying holster. Like for conceal or a holster for open carrying. She's pocket carrying a Glock, and the center of mass is hanging out of her pocket. Do you want to know what the funniest part of this is? I think this has to be an airsoft gun or an unloaded real gun, because this is a woman's pocket. This is as deep as the pocket goes in women's pants, right? Like, you guys know, like, women's pants don't have front pockets, and if they do, they're unusable. They don't work, right? So all the weight of the gun is here and here. All of the weight of the gun is here. Like, there's barely any weight in this part of the gun, particularly the part that is concealed within her pocket. The magazine full of rounds and a round in the chamber are all up here, as well as a lot of the metal working parts. I have attempted to see what would happen if you put like the Glock into your pocket. It will instantly fall out. This is not a real gun, or if it is a real one, it has to be unloaded. It would have fallen like out of her pocket like this. It would have just gone whoop and fallen right out onto the floor. 100%. 100%. With that much of the gun sticking out, if it's loaded and it's real, it would have fallen out of her fucking pocket just standing there. It wouldn't stay in. It wouldn't stay. There's not, like, maybe the tightness of a woman's pocket, because it's like not meant to actually work, might hold it in, but man, she's not fooling me. Bro. Where's the next one? Oh yeah, this one she seemed to have filmed laying in bed for some reason. I guess she was too lazy.
I fucking hate animal rights activists, and I'll tell you why.
Oh God.
Because while they're out there, oh, let's protect the dumb animals. Yes, it's a dumb animal. It's a dumb animal. It doesn't have a soul. It's worthless. It doesn't care about you.
How is that holster $6? It's cheap. The holsters are cheap. It was probably closer to 10, but you know, I ballparked it. Okay.
When your dumbass kills over in your house, that cat that you so fucking adore is gonna come over and start eating your face. It's true. A child's not gonna do that. And then these same people, as they're like worshiping the animals, worshiping.
I hate these animal rights activists. Isn't it stupid to have a pet? She's like, maybe she's trying to go the Brittany Venti grift route. For those who don't know, Brittany Venti started out as a massive troll, right? Where she would make videos and do like these bits where she would do her like very purposefully bimbo takes, where she would just say something really stupid to get people mad at her. And then she'd wear something really low cut and like have her cleavage out while she does it. So it's like the combination of like sex appeal with like, fuck this dumb woman, you know? And then Brittany Venti quickly realized that like, even worse than being just a dumb bimbo, I'm gonna be a crazy racist Nazi dumb bimbo and get even more hate and get even more negative attention online. And so she did a ton of different things to try to pull this off. One of them got her banned from Twitch, where she did a quote-unquote African cooking show, as she called it, where it was her in the mud making like mud stick rock cakes outside while making like clicking noises. And once again, she called it an African cooking show. Twitch got her for that. They've since unbanned her, of course. Twitch doesn't care. But they banned her at the time because it got a lot of negative attention. It's crazy because Brittany Venti is actually... No, she's not. Brittany Venti is not black. Guys. You guys know her claim of being mixed race comes from her, right? Like, why would you believe a word she says? I don't... Where's like a photo of her where she looks recognizable, I guess? Oh my god, why are these all so low res? Is every photo of her on the internet like 0 resolution, like 280p? I guess so. That or it's my internet. I don't know. Well, here you go. Here's a photo of Brittany Venti. This is her on the left. Although she looks pretty unrecognizable here because she's changed her aesthetic a lot. But you might remember her for her insanely wide apart eyes.
Cats worshipping their stupid dogs, pushing them around in strollers to where I think it's like, oh, you got a little kid, and then it's, oh, never mind, it's your stupid, dumb fucking cat. These same people, these fat asses, and they're always ugly, by the way, they're out in the street protesting because they might not be able to get their 10th abortion. Like, first of all, bitch, who's impregnating you? Second of all, that's a fucking human being. Like, do we not even care about human beings anymore? Y'all want to bitch about genocide and don't even give a fuck about aborted babies.
It's like she can't even stay on track. You know what I mean? Like, she started this talking about animal rights activism being bad, and then tried to repeat as many of what she thought were conservative buzzwords until she got into abortion somehow. I don't know. She put out this one as well, which was just like... This one got her a lot of hate.
Yeah. Hey, America. Hey, people not having kids. You are some stupid motherfuckers out.
This upset her own Nazi fans. Like, a lot.
Hey, people not having kids. You are some stupid motherfuckers out there. The birth rate is declining, and what are you doing? You're getting married? Like, why even...
It's like bad acting, dude. Like, you ever seen, like, bad acting? This is bad acting. You can tell, right? Like, I'm not insane. I'm not, like, autistically, like, empowered to like, perceive this kind of stuff. Like, you can tell that this is, like, blatantly just bad acting. Like, she's playing a character right now. Like, no, this is actual porn acting. Like, this is, like, you watch, like, a porno where the woman starts out, like, hating the guy or something, I guess, and she's like talking like this. Like this is literal porn acting.
It's declining, and what are you doing? You're getting married? Like, why even bother fucking getting married, you loser? You're getting married, you have some fucking dog in a stroller like a
It's like, it sounds like bad porn acting from some like bad degradation porno or something. I don't even know. Like, what the fuck? What are we watching? How is it not blatantly, painfully obvious that she's just, like, in her eyes, you can see she's not here. She's not present. Like, she's currently, like, not home at the moment. She's playing a character badly to try and make a buck.
Faggot. And then what are...
That was the most sauceless F-slur drop I've ever heard. Dude.
Faggot. And then what are...
There was nothing to that, bro. What the fuck?
You have some fucking dog in a stroller like a faggot. And then...
Like, she literally, like, she just, like, failed on it, you know? Like, she just, like, choked it out. Did you hear that? Like, she almost stopped herself. Like, she lowered her tone a little, because I think she had that, like, momentary, like, well, that's a word you're not supposed to say out loud in public, you know? Like, she wanted to say it loud and proud for the virtue signal, but, like, but then she realized, like, oh, you can't say that word in public out loud, you know? And that, like, realization that, like, and she kind of, like, yeah, you know? Like, you know?
What are you doing? How are you helping America? We're letting the birth rates decline.
Also, I'm sorry, but nobody will ever say the F-slur more than gay people do. I'm genuinely... I think Gen Z, LGBT people have reclaimed the F-slur. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, 20-something, like, young 20 to like, 19, 18-year-old, like, LGBT people, but, like gay friend groups in that age range are dropping the F slur as, like, an encouraging and loving, tender phrase, you know? And sometimes just saying it for the hilarity of just shock value, of course. But I've certainly made a part of my vocabulary. I don't think there's a single LGBT person in this chat who hasn't said the F slur this week. You've said it this week. You definitely have. If you're in my chat and you're, yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of bi, gay, lesbian people who are, you definitely wouldn't censor yourself saying it. Yeah. You guys got to give me all the passes.
And I'm speaking particularly to white people. So today, I want you to take the time out of your day to thank a single mom, because us girls getting knocked up, we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate.
Her fans were not happy with that one, guys.
You're welcome, America. You're fucking welcome, God.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of just self-owned there. With the whole us single mothers thing. Let's read the comments. How about? Let's read the comments. Let's see how they look. Let's check out the comments. The baby is not white from America First Hasbara. Reply with what race you think it is. Hey Lily, respond to this from Fish Groiper. My baby is white as fuck. Your child isn't white. Just because your children are mixed doesn't mean mine is. It's not helping if your child is mixed, lol. He's not mixed. That baby is not white. Alarm. Tell that to my face. Your child doesn't look white though, so how does this help us? Lol, race mixing L. Just because your wife bangs black dudes doesn't mean I do. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're better than that. That's lowbrow even for you. Come on. Come on. I'm convinced that they want us to stop having kids because it turns you naturally conservative. Before having my baby, I was a leftist, and then I realized how stupid everything was and how I didn't want my son to grow up in such a degenerate world. Yes, this woman gets it. Is this a bot account? Oh. Someone's wife and mom, 21-year-old teenager. This is all advice. I believe everything I post. Hey, guys. I think the one tweet we found not shitting on her might be a troll account. That is most certainly not run by a girl that looks like this, who's 21 years old. If we're lucky, it's a 21-year-old guy, but I'm pretty certain it's going to be a 13-year-old boy running this account. Aren't you a mud shark? Is that like a new racist term I've never heard before? Not fat enough to be part of that club. What does that mean? Hold on. Urban Dictionary time. New racist term I've never heard. A Caucasian woman who dates/marries black men to spite her friends and or family, either consciously or subconsciously. She may not even be aware she's doing it, yet she takes a perverse pleasure in how liberal and open she is. So that is the definition of mudshark from Urban Dictionary, clearly written by a Nazi. So yeah, new racism dropped, guys. Holy shit, we got a new slur. A racist that race mixes? This is like Ann Coulter all over again. See my pinned thread for the reasons to avoid race mixing. Does that hair look kinky to you? I'm not gonna lie, that baby does not look white. You know, listen, I will acknowledge the fact that, like, that baby doesn't look white, but babies don't really look a particular race typically, you know? Like there's a lot of babies that just kind of look a little bit like a ball of flesh and skin and a little bit of hair and a diaper, you know? They're just kind of blobs of what will hopefully be people, you know? I got 3 young kings, all in sports and train like gladiators. So we've got like a random, probably bot account. Is that Sneeko? That's Sneeko, isn't it? Is that Sneeko in the profile picture? No, he just seems to look exactly like Sneeko. I see. Okay. We've got young Sneeko. How is the fact that you're a mom not the first thing you tell people about yourself? Lol, good message, though. Them, I make 6 figures. Me, I make babies. Who's winning in longevity, Karen? Wait. Okay. If you think that's an epic own. I can't tell if this is this guy making fun of someone who... No, this is... They actually think making babies is more impressive or better than making 6 figures and having income stability. Okay. Gotta outbreed our enemies. You are really dumb. You're a single mom. You are a vulgar woman. Nothing about you is feminine except your attention seeking. I mean, that's fair. Shut the fuck up and kill yourself. Make me a sandwich, you stupid wench peasant. So yeah, as you can see, her fans aren't very happy. I don't think she anticipated the grift to go this way. I don't think she thought that post encouraging people to have babies would get hate from the have babies crowd. So in response, with like prompt hate, she posts a thirst trap, of course. Conservative women and their fight against degeneracy. They have a tendency to post things like this as they rally against porn and whatnot. But you know, she had to quell the anger of her fans. Apparently, next, for some reason, she posts just a picture of somebody who's got Crocs on and says the fall of Western civilization. The next video is her here in a car.
You know why I'm always right? And it's not because I'm smart. Like, I'm stupid. I'm a dumbass. I've never said or pretended that I'm smart.
Okay, so is the grift now that, like, she's gonna try to own the being a retard thing and then just be, like, a dumb bimbo conservative lady? Is that what she's gonna do? She's been trying to do this rage bait for a while, to be fair. Didn't she make another video that went viral way before this? Hold on. Wasn't there another video she made that was, like, way before this and really hated? The one where she's, like, talking about nerds and virgins in high school? I swear to God, this lady went, like, viral before for some shit like this, but it wasn't necessarily conservative. It was like trying to anger incels on purpose. It's the same lady, right? Wasn't that a while ago? Or maybe that was more recent. Was it after she did the N-word thing? Oh yeah, she's just trying to upset people. Look at this. Look, the blatant just trying to upset people as much as possible. Human equivalent of a cat, ew, and it's Jack Black. Like, the most, like, next it's gonna be Keanu Reeves, you know, like, picture of Keanu Reeves. Does anybody actually like this guy? You know, like, she knows that the internet loves cats, so it's like, cats are the worst. I hate cats. I hate animals. Animals are the worst. They should all die. It's like, what can I say that are the most unpopular, most hateable takes and opinions possible to get negative attention? I need you to understand, this is just the most extreme version of why a lot of people go conservative. Conservatism isn't just a political worldview. It's a personality type. It's very rare that you encounter a genuinely nice, caring, kind conservative who's like, oh, you don't agree with me? Oh, that's all good. Oh, you're gay? It's all good. I'm conservative, and I don't really agree with it. That's fine. Like, you don't really meet conservatives like that. And when you do, they don't really tend to stay conservatives. They quite quickly get out of it. The people who are lifelong conservatives are the people who, above all, even when they let go of their principles and their beliefs and they do things that are against their self-interest, that hurt their ability to win for their political side, the one thing they are always consistent in is their cruelty in their personality. The idea that everything they're saying is in some way, shape, or form, even if it's just a random tweet out into the world, is meant to be seen by a progressive, and the language is such that it is meant to upset a progressive with a variety of things. The hate and insult towards a well-liked or respected thing or group, the blatant smug wrongness. Like, you know how conservatives will say something super wrong, but they'll do the DreamWorks smile while they do it because they know that upsets you? A lot of what they say isn't just wrong and hateful, because they could be wrong and hateful in a lot of different ways. It's specifically in a way meant to garner a reaction from you. Have you noticed that? How rare is it that you see a conservative post that feels like it was just meant to be messaging for conservatives alone, and not like it was made with the express goal of upsetting a potential progressive that watches it and goading them into a negative reaction? That's what 99% of conservative rhetoric is. Insults about the left that are meant to be seen by the left and reacted to. And if you give them the reaction they want, then they've gotten what they want, of course. That's their win state, is if you give them the angry response they're looking for. But how often do you see a post that's just from a conservative that's just bait? It's almost always bait. The link is the normie rant, the anime normie rant. Yeah, where is this? Oh, yeah, is this it? Okay, yeah, it's from her TikTok, I think. Yeah, she's been doing this for a while. This is from... like, over a week ago. Like, 10 days ago. This is before she started the conservative grift. This is, like, a previous video she had made before the conservative grift to try to get the negative attention. So you can see what I'm talking about here, right? Like, when people need attention, whether it be for money or to fulfill their own ego, at a certain point, they stop caring if it's, like, positive attention, and they just want... This was dug up after the N-word stuff. Okay, good. So they just want negative attention, any attention at all, even if it's negative at this point. And that's what drives a lot of people to behave the way they do on the right, is that they've gotten to the point where they just want a response, a reaction, negative or positive, whether it be pats in the back from conservatives for the right-wing virtue signal and epically owning the lefties, or the negative triggered response they're hoping for from the left. And so here's a good example of a non-politicized version of that desire and that tendency.
So all those nerds in high school, like the weird theater kids and the anime people, and you know who I'm talking about, the people we didn't hang out with. So they've grown up now, and they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world, the fucking nerds.
Okay, and then
Bless your heart, hon.
And then this is a response to it, yeah. But that original opening bit is the video that went super viral before. Anime, yeah, exactly. Like, she purposefully mispronounces anime, right? Like, one of the most ubiquitously... Like, no one knows how to... More people know how to pronounce anime than they know how to spell anime, right? So it's, like, weird that you wouldn't know how to pronounce it, you know? Yeah. Anime. God, what an absolute... just self-destruction of a grift. Just an absolute self-own of a grift. But I guess it's good to look at stuff like this as just the perfect example of when people on the right are too stupid to hide it. There are a lot of stupid people on the on the left and on the right, more on the right, I'd say. But like, the stupid people on the left are at least generally inclined towards positive action and good morals, while people on the right are motivated, first and foremost, more often than not, by the desire to garner an angry response from people. God, like, to give you an idea, the character of these people, what was the, Congress water in purse? Did you see this shit? Like, just to give you a little perspective on the type of people these are. Like, they're so desperate for a negative reaction that they do stuff like this. This is a U.S. Republican pouring water in a colleague's bag. I think they're in Congress. This is a Republican congressman or woman, I think a congresswoman, pouring water on a daily basis into the purse of a Democrat congresswoman. Like, the idea is, like, I guess, no, this is a guy. This is a guy, I think. I think this is a congressman. This is just a dude who is pouring water into a Democrat congresswoman's purse daily. And if you're asking why, it's because water destroys electronics, typically. So I'm guessing the hope is she's got her phone, a wallet, a laptop, just a bunch of valuable stuff in there that he's dousing in water daily and hopefully like genuinely hurting her ability to go about her life. That's the goal. They really are that kind of people. They hate you. They hate you. If they could get their hands on you in real life and harm you physically and get away with it, they would. This is a guy doing it. Oh no, it's multiple people. It's multiple Republicans doing it. Oh, no, it's a congressman being harassed by a Republican congresswoman. Wait, that's insane. Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I mixed it up because it was described as a purse, and so I assumed like it would be... This is a tote bag. Anyway, yeah. So it's a Republican congresswoman dousing this Democrat congressman's bag with his like phone and like laptop or whatever, his tablet, I'm sure, in there. I remember how someone threw my phone in the water while it was shut off for a bit. Thankfully, it didn't do any long-term damage, so seeing this is just frustrating. Yeah, that shouldn't hurt. Like, you'd be surprised what actually hurts electronics in regards to liquid. Distilled water, like completely pure water, is not a harm to electronics. Like, you could take my computer right now and dump it into a tank while on and still running of completely distilled water, like ionized water or deionized water. And, or is it deionized, I think. It would be fine. Like if you get mineral or non-mineral water, sorry, like mineral oil you can use like perfectly pure water and just run a PC submerged in it. It'll be fine, but it'll rust. That's the problem. Yeah, this is in Maine, is where this happened, apparently. Please demonstrate. Well, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, water doesn't conduct electricity on its own. It's the stuff in it that does. So yeah, if you have your computer off and it gets wet, or your phone off and it gets wet, there's a chance you can save it. You know, like water can absolutely just be washed off. Like you can rinse it off with actual like pure water, like whatever like water from a bottle you might have gotten, or water from a pool or whatever it might have been. Like if you spilled something or like accidentally, yeah, like you had water. Oh, the thing I fear is that one day I'll be watching a really funny video and I'll be taking a sip of water and then I'll spit it into my computer on accident from laughing. I fear that every day. And so if that ever happens, turn off your computer, you take it apart, you buy a bunch of like deionized water and you just rinse your parts off with the deionized water. And you leave it out on a paper towel, like a bunch of paper towels for a few days to dry, put it all back together, boot it on, and it'll probably work. Sorry, I still can't get over the fact that gray-haired adults are doing this juvenile shit. Well, remember, they're conservatives. They're not adults. We're not talking about people here. We're talking about 2024 loud and proud conservative Republicans, okay? Like, there is a reason why these people continue to believe and advocate for the things they do. What do you expect? They're not good people. Their politics are god-awful. You expect them to be good people, willing to treat others that disagree with them like humans? They'll virtue signal about how you should do that and how the left can't, but they don't do it. Certainly not. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video or anything I had to say in it, please consider dropping a like and commenting down below. It really does help a lot. Both forms of engagement really go a long way to push my content out to more people, so I really appreciate every one of you who does that. In fact, the channel has been growing really fast lately. In fact, I think we broke around 87,700 subs. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the likes and the comments and stuff. I imagine people are probably mad about the new video because I got a lot of anti-gun people in my audience, but they'll just have to mold about it. But yeah, if you enjoyed, comment, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social medias linked down below, and of course do not forget to join my free fan Discord server where after stream today I'm going to be hosting a watch party of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the show, the cartoon show. I have never seen it before except for the first 6 episodes last week in another watch party, so we're doing the next 6 episodes tonight. So make sure to join the Discord and be there, or be square. And if you want to support me directly, financially, you can always do so quite easily by being one of the amazing kind people who donate, subscribes, or gifts a sub on my website, or supports me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just watching the stream, I really do appreciate it. Please keep up all the good support. Thank you guys so much, and have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Guys, today's the last day for this scroll. After this, I've got to start a new one. I gotta open up this scroll and start a brand new scroll after this one finishes up. We'll be on scroll number 3, and I'll have to order another 3-pack, or I'll run out of scrolls to write my segments down on. Yeah, well, we've also got the other old scrolls, so here's the, Oh, I just pulled a muscle in my neck and shoulder there. That's bad. Ooh. Man, I really hate how high up the armrests are in this chair. Oh, it's so frustrating. You gotta, like, turn yourself into like the shape of a cartoon magnet in order to, like, bend down and pick something up off the ground next to you. It fucking sucks. Oh, I felt that? Yeah, you guys know exactly what kind of muscle pull this is. Hold on. Okay. My way of dealing with a pulled muscle is I just take my knuckles like this, and then I push them into the muscle as hard as I possibly can, no matter how much it hurts. And then eventually it just gives way, and the muscle becomes soft again, and it doesn't hurt anymore. That's the only way I can handle these types of cramps, because otherwise I'm just gonna be in pain for the rest of the day, and I hate it. There we go. Worst muscle pull to me tends to be the calves. That's a bad one. Like when you stretch in the morning, right when you wake up and you get a Charlie horse, it's hell. But that's not what I'm referring to. Like this muscle getting pulled fucking sucks. It might be the worst. I don't think the muscle really, does it not, Lancer? Really? Ugh. Imagine pulling a muscle while benching 150 pounds, Zan. I mean, like, you would die, I guess. I mean, I don't know what would happen to you. God help you. I'm glad I'm not you. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. How kind of you. It says, also, Drake has made moves to become an Egyptian king. What?
In other
God damn it. This is such a dumb meme.
news, the Tomb of Drake is set to be completed in downtown Toronto in late 2024.
The underground portion of the tomb is complete, and it's got everything Drake requested for the afterlife. So there's rooms filled with Patron, there's a room for 21 Savage, and there's also a fully functioning OVO store. To prevent grave robbers, we have had an old lady curse all the items. So if someone does steal something for the rest of their life, they will be followed home by the Owl Man. Besides that, the only sealed item in Drake's sarcophagus is a pirated copy of Stranger Things on DVD.
In other news,
God. Jesus Christ. Jesus. That was good. That was really good. I love that meme. Pepper T21, thank you for the tier 4 sub. My God, how many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you. Thank you, thank you. Said also got to get rid of my white name. In good D&D news, the 2024 Player's Handbook has a gay dwarf couple who got each other's beards tatted on their arms. That goes hard. That goes hard. Gay dwarves would get each other's beards tatted on their arms. That's actually very, very real. That's very fucking real. A 3-monther! Damn! Thank you, Pepper T21. You are cooking. You are a chef. You are a world-class fucking chef with that dono. Jesus Christ, thank you. Enjoy that gold name. Wait, why is your name not gold? What the fuck? Wait, is it just on my screen it's not appearing as gold? You've got the symbol, like you got your badge, but it didn't make your name gold. Why is your name bugged? Man, we gotta get the website's weird kinks ironed out, because there's weird shit, like certain people's names can never change color for some reason. Like, I have no idea why. Pepper T21 is one of them. I've done everything I can in the behind the scenes of the site. I cannot get Pepper T's name to change color. There's like a small group of people whose names on the site will not color change. No matter what I do, what roles I give them, what roles I remove, I cannot get their names to change color. That hasn't been gold in a while. I don't know why. Yeah, I just, like, your name won't change. Yeah, Delancer, yours is, like, weirdly buggy, too, sometimes. Yeah. I'm gonna have to see what I can do to fix that. It's been really buggy. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the additional $5 as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Said, I saw 300 viewer Andy pissing and moaning about Hero Forge, letting you add top surgery scars to your D&D mini. He makes a miniature in a skirt with top surgery scars pointing a gun at its own head. Jesus Christ. Like, once again, guys, like, they garner joy from the idea of, like, finding the most horrific thing they could say or do that would upset you. It's all for fishing for a reaction. It's all bait. It's all bait. Conservative beliefs, 50% or more of the time, are literally just bait. You can make so much stuff in Hero Forge, and top surgery scars are over the line? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Nothing that disagrees with their politics is allowed. Do you want to know what my mom messaged me in reference to the segment about the racist TikTok lady? My mom said, that baby is not white. She concurs. She agrees. Chances are that lady probably just found a picture of a baby that wasn't white off the internet or like from Facebook and like posted it. Like, she's a massive troll. She clearly is. Like, she's at least like, but she's trolling in like a not, when I say trolling, it doesn't mean she's like a good person pretending to be awful and so she's fine. I'm like, she's an awful person who is trolling. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't even have a baby. Should have said a Dan Schneider cut of Stranger Things. That would have been funny, but that doesn't exist. It's funnier just to say a pirated copy of Stranger Things on DVD is what he wanted in his sarcophagus with him. Christ almighty. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? I just got a Xenosis video in my recommended, a Xenosis Final Fantasy XIV video in my recommended, titled Xeno Reacts to Cringiest Posts on the official FF14 forums. And the one that used in the thumbnail is from a poster, and it is titled, Any Females Interested in Marrying an Elezen, parentheses, Black IRL. That's the title of the post on the Final Fantasy XIV forums. And apparently that post is very, very famous based on like memes I've seen just using that name and character's face. I think that might be an iconic post. I don't know how I haven't already seen it. God. Final Fantasy XIV is such a good game. It's so fucking... oh. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. Yo, Zan, I got my Deadlock invite from Valve. I don't know what Deadlock is, but congratulations! I'm happy for you. Alright, guys. It's rant time. It's time for me to rant. All right, guys. Guys, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right. As you guys know, I am one of the most frequently interested in discussing climate change out of most popular or prevalent online lefty figures, if you would call me popular or prevalent in any way. I talk about climate change more than most, and it doesn't get them as much attention as I think it should. Not like when I talk about it, not when anyone talks about it. It really feels like even within the left, there is an astonishing amount of apathy towards climate change. And I get why, because on one hand, it seems like this sort of existential crisis that is both dooming and depressing, but also impossible to prevent, and thus why even worry, like, thinking or talking about it. But the fact is, there is a lot of good done just by talking about it, and so it's important that we bring attention and you know, conversation about these topics to the forefront, to the mainstream, about climate change and the preservation of the Earth. Here's the thing, though. We're starting to see a rise in anger towards certain climate activism. Now, there's always been well-meaning but poorly executed forms of climate activism in the past. A really good example would have to be road blocking protests. When climate activists block a public road, you will never see a more quick heel turn from even somewhat left-leaning people from, I care about the environment and it matters, to I hope people are running over those protesters in the street, from, like, normal people. Like, you will see normal, not right-wing Americans advocate for, like, mowing down protesters because they're blocking a public road. Because the fact is, as important as climate change is, most people do not take kindly to the implication that their lives need to be inconvenienced so that you can protest something. I haven't seen that, TBH. That is the problem with a lot of the online left, is you get very consumed by people who agree with you. You get surrounded by people who already agree with you and who are at the very least inclined not to get upset at things like that. And you forget that the vast majority of people do not like that kind of stuff. In fact, public road blocking protests for climate change are some of the most unpopular forms of protest out there. And yet they pale in comparison to what has become possibly one of the most ratioed tweets on Twitter, one of the most ratioed accounts on Twitter, possibly the most hated advocacy group for the climate out there, Just Stop Oil. Now, they're famous for the, like, pouring orange paint on, like works of art. Like, they'll paint over, like, a random work of art in a museum, or they'll splash it on there, or they'll go into a public building where they've got art hung up and they'll destroy it, because it's supposed to get attention, right? Like, the idea is that they get attention for it. And so what's happened is an escalation in that type of behavior. Much like with the pro-Palestine protests, where you've seen a lot of, like, college-age lefties go from, like, yeah, we support, like, you've got the people who are like, yeah, we support Palestine. Okay, good. You're marching in the street against genocide. That's good, cool. But then you've got the people among them who are chanting death to Israel, Hamas did nothing wrong, so on and so forth, that kind of shit, right? You've seen that stuff. You've seen it. It's happened. Whether you like it or not, whether you even want to admit it or not, that stuff has happened. There are people who take a valid movement and then they turn it into something that's meant to be like a weird, over-the-top virtue signal for themselves to feel morally superior. And this tends to lead to behavior in the name of a good movement that, like, almost goes against the idea or the spirit of said movement, or at the very least is blatantly counterproductive. Like, the idea of advocating for climate change is that you make people want to care about the environment, right? Like, you get attention to the issue, that's one part of it, but you also don't want to make people upset about the issue needing to be handled to the point where they decide they don't want to do anything about it out of spite. And unfortunately, this group, Just Stop Oil, as they call themselves, might be the most effective at making people hate climate activism. This tweet video alone of them vandalizing Stonehenge, which is literally stones that were put up thousands of years ago for tracking the movement of stars, the sun, and the moon in the sky. They go there and they spray it with like orange starch, I think it is. I think it's cornstarch or something. It'll probably not it's not going to stain it forever, but like, damn, people did not like this. Like, the message given when you do this kind of stuff is so bad. It's corn flour. Okay. Like, this is such a bad message. You know what I mean? Like, we are the ones who advocate for the environment, and to do so, we are going to vandalize beloved sites that people like, pieces of art that are famous that people like, that people pay to go see. We're going to destroy things that people like to make people care about the environment. Naturally, the reaction is everyone is calling for these people to get the death penalty. Like everyone wants these people to get, like, I want these people to get it. Like, everybody, whether you agree or not, like, everybody wants these people to see jail time, like prison time, like long prison time. No, what they did was based El Take Zan? Yes, a ban. First ban of the segment. So this here is the perfect example of people who are only progressive for their own ego. People who support this because they want to be like a martyr, like they want to support the thing that is overwhelmingly unpopular because it's the edgy, cool way to be a lefty, is to deface monuments that people like to get negative attention. This is the left-wing version of why that conservative lady does what she does. They believe that negative attention is better than no attention. Maybe they actually believe it helps the environment. I think a lot of these people don't, and it's all about just having fun and feeling morally superior. You'd be surprised how many people genuinely get off to the idea of being a martyr. You know that, right? There's a lot of people, especially on the left, who get off to the idea of being a martyr. These are the people that are like that. Because genuinely, let's be honest, if they cared, they'd, self-immolate, you know? Like, if they actually cared that much about the environment, that they were willing to, sacrifice something in favor of it and be a real martyr, they'd self-immolate. You know, they do something like that. Say what you want about Aaron Bushnell, but that motherfucker believed in what they believed in, you know? That wasn't a virtue signal or please give me attention thing for the sake of ego. That was I believe in this cause and I don't care if I'm alive to receive the attention that doing this will get me, because all I care is about people paying attention to the issue. That was a good example of doing something crazy and unpopular for a arguably non-narcissistic reason. This feels narcissistic, and these people have a boner for being a victim, and I'll show you why I believe that in a moment. So as you can imagine, the response to this has been overwhelming. Everybody that you can think of who is popular on the internet or has a platform has spoken out against this. There were people coming out of the crowd to stop them. Everybody is screaming at them to stop. When these people do this stuff, no one is ever saying, yeah, you're doing a good thing, you're saving the planet. It's always stop it, and people tackling them to try to get them to stop. These aren't security guards. This is a random person trying to stop them because they went here to see this fucking landmark, and as far as they know, someone is spray painting it, which spray paint does not come off of stone all that easy. Spray painting it to vandalize it. I saw the Rational National cover this, and he defended this and said, well, this cornstarch, so no damages will happen to the stupid stone. Yeah, a lot of the response is, well, these stupid stones, who cares about Stonehenge? Who cares? So a lot of it is people are the claim that people pretend to care about Stonehenge or people pretend to care about these works of art. The fact is, even if people don't think about these things more than once a year, the fact is People like these things. People want to be able to go to Stonehenge and don't want to see, like, orange spray paint on it when they go there to see this multi-thousand-year-old, like, marvel of human astronomy and architecture and, like, ingenuity from thousands of years ago. Like, and then, of course, there's works of art from dead artists that they destroy and vandalize, or try to, if they can pull it off. Nowadays, they're made with, like, stuff that tends to not let this stuff destroy it, because people have tried this in the past, and they've gotten wise to it, but, like, fucking hell, dude. I agree with this take, Zan. Vosh seemed to think otherwise. I hate the bad optics guy, but normies don't react positively to these stunts. I have never seen more normies call for the death penalty in my life, dude. I have never seen a more unanimous call for the death penalty by more people in my life. I don't think O.J. Simpson had more people wanting him to be behind bars than these people at Just Stop Oil. And if you're wondering how extreme the hate is, it's so much so to the point that liberals for a long time online have theorized that Just Stop Oil is a oil money psyop. I don't think these folks are normies, Zan. Dude, are you fucking serious? I'm sorry, but you've just lost my support doing that. By all means, have a pop at capitalist commercial targets, but there is a deeply significant spiritual site to many that are likely to support you. It's completely counterproductive. Give yourself a head wobble. I now drive an electric vehicle. I try to recycle as much as possible. I turn off lights when needed. I'm all for solar and wind and less coal and oil. I'm kind of with you on your campaign, but this doesn't work. This doesn't get people on your side. It does the exact opposite. It's vandalism. Both the comments I just read have more likes than the tweet we just of the video from Just Stop Oil. Be honest, was this you as well? And then this is a video of a tree that seems to have been cut down on top of Hadrian's Wall, I'm guessing. Someone chopped a tree and it fell down on top of Hadrian's Wall recently. Did the people who assembled Stonehenge 5,000 years ago use too many fossil fuels for your liking? Serious question. Why else would you have tried to deface a historical monument? Now, here's the thing. Not only is this bad optics, but the people doing this are genuine anti-climate change people. Like, the people behind this are confirmed real people who are against climate change. The reason they did the Stonehenge thing was for attention, by the way, because the next day they actually did target commercial planes. They went after private jets. Now, they said they went and they got Taylor Swift's private jet here, but they're not very smart people, and as it turns out, her private jet wasn't even at this airport or in the country. So they're just spray painting a bunch of random private jets, but they claim it was Taylor Swift. And they do not hide their faces in this video, by the way. Hey, listen, this is far more acceptable, to me at least, and I think going to get a lot less of a negative reaction than the Stonehenge and, like, beloved art defacement. Like, this is at least, like, you're fucking over rich people. It's like, and then they hug afterwards on video, like... these are definitely real climate change activists, but they're also fucking stupid because, one, they're showing their faces. So, like, the goal of this is give us attention so we can get arrested and feel like martyrs. This makes sense, though. This makes sense. The act here makes sense, but notice, by the way, they're not hiding their faces. They're showing their faces because they want to get arrested, because they want to be, like, martyrs for this. Forensic evidence exists. They could have at least not shown their faces, right? Like, this is fine, but, like, this just feels dumb. Like, the people doing it are dumb, is the vibe that I got from this. Like, okay, fine, this is based, I guess. I mean, like, it's not anywhere near as hateable as, like, defacing art in Stonehenge, and you're not gonna get anywhere near as much hate. But, man, you just posted a video of yourself literally sawing through fences to get onto a private airfield, and then vandalized millions of dollars of private property. You're going so to prison. This might even be legally considered terrorism, for all we know. Like this might actually be terrorism. Is this terrorism, guys? Like, in the UK, legally? Like, breaking into an airfield and then vandalizing planes? That might be terrorism. Like, they might get charged with full-on terrorism, like, unironically. So I do believe that the people doing this stuff are definitely, real climate activists. However, here's the thing about Just Stop Oil. Do you guys know what form of alternate energy Just Stop Oil heavily fights against and does not support? Nuclear energy. Just Stop Oil is extremely opposed to nuclear energy. And while they are funded by a bunch of climate activist groups, here's the thing. A lot of their money comes from public donations. And they've got a lot of money that we just don't know where it comes from. Now, I'm not going to levy any accusations as to where their money is coming from, though I'll point out the fact that if a climate activist group really cared about the burning of fossil fuels and how it's hurting the environment, 80% of our carbon dioxide output per year is from coal. In fact, if we're talking about Europe, which is where Just Stop Oil operates, it's coal that's destroying Europe. I don't know if you've seen German coal mining. Have you seen how fucking disgusting the coal industry is in Germany? They're destroying Germany, the coal industry is. Look at this. When the coal industry comes to the German countryside, this is what it leaves behind. Look at this. This is what's happening to so much of Germany's countryside right now. They are ripping the country apart and turning it into fucking Mordor for the sake of, that's that giant excavator? Yeah, it's giant excavator from, Rust. Yeah. Literally, and it's lignite, so it's like a really shitty, inefficient kind of coal that burns a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. That's really shitty coal they've got in Germany, and yet they are heavily, like, focusing on that. So, that's just the set for Mad Max Furiosa, good one. Yeah, no, they're turning Germany into that, and, like, all the while they're opposing nuclear nonstop, and there's just countless images of, like, miles and miles of German countryside laying in utter decimation. Like, literally hundreds of feet of the countryside are now gone. That's how decimated they've ruined it. And there's always wind turbines in the background. Have you noticed that? There's always, like, a bunch of wind turbines that were built for the sake of, like, appeasing green voters' concerns while they oppose tooth and nail nuclear energy in Europe. So, the coal industry, fucking awful. But on top of that, do you guys know who originally financed Just Stop Oil? A confirmed original public financer of Just Stop Oil? Aileen Getty, the granddaughter of John Paul Getty and founder of the Getty Oil Company. You know now why I banned that person before for defending what they did. Because there are lefties who have become so brain poisoned by the echo chambers and the cancel culture wokeness or whatever, that they will defend an actual oil money psyop because they think doing an unpopular virtue signaling thing is based, and they want to be like the edgy progressive who does the unpopular bad optics thing. That chatter that I banned earlier defended an actual oil money psyop that is being funded by oil companies to make climate change activism look worse because of the tangible effect of hurting climate activism that it has when they do these things and it goes viral. And some people in my audience defended it. They're not a psyop. Check Vosh's vid. Lamau, he's had them on. Guys, why do you talk about Vosh like he's infallible? What are you talking about? Also, that's literally, they got their money. They are funded by the granddaughter of the Getty Oil Company founder, okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Vosh is not God. Like, he's not perfect. Every take he has isn't great. Like, dude literally has the worst media takes in the world, okay? Not everything that he says or does is correct. You can accept that, even if you're a fan of his, you know? You could do that, right? Yeah, it's possible. Like, I'm wrong sometimes, just not here, or ever on stream, or ever in any relevant way that you could ever be allowed to comment or criticize me on. listen, something you have to know, like, my biggest criticism of Vosh is that he's definitely an ideologue. Like hardcore an ideologue. I don't think I'm an ideologue. I think my progressive values come about because they're unquestionably correct. And I think a lot of people on the left, including Vosh, the progressivism comes first. The being correct comes second, if possible. Do you guys get the idea of what I'm saying here? Like, it feels like the immediate instinctual reaction is to side with the progressive thing against whatever response normies or conservatives are having, even when it's, like, not exactly the best. Like here, where it's like, well, yeah, platformed a Psy-Op. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like if I had the opportunity to, like, maybe platform these people, I would absolutely turn them down because I don't ever want to be associated with them. Like, ideally, this group would stop existing and stop hurting climate activism as soon as possible. But yeah, like, you gotta understand, I said a lot with Ukraine, TBH. Like, what do you mean? There's no ideology that's in favor of supporting Ukraine. Like, there might be an ideology that makes you in favor of not supporting Ukraine because you believe that, like, any support for a war whatsoever, even for the defenders, is bad. Yeah, I don't know. Are you talking about, like, full-on defensive things like the Azov Battalion? Because I don't think Vosh ever defended the Azov Battalion. I don't think most of the left does. I think the worst parts of the left defend Russia. They don't defend Ukraine. Lefties being anti-Ukraine, you mean? Ah, you're referring to anti-Ukraine lefties. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's what came to my mind. You were a little unspecific, so I was like, with Ukraine, like, they support Ukraine in a bad way? Like, what? I was confused. My bad. Totally my bad. I am part of a movement like this. Why does Zan disagree? You're part of a Psy-Op movement funded by oil companies? Oh. Okay. Well, you do you, Elmer Silver. You're winning. You're saving the planet. I hope you know that. You're such a special little snowflake. These are strong words, Zan. You better be right. I'm always right. What are you fucking talking about, dog? Like, dude. Do you want to know a good example of what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of a lot? Did you guys know that during the Prohibition, one of the groups that funded, or after the Prohibition, I should say, one of the groups that funded the protests that would advocate for dry counties to remain, because, like, based on county, you had different ideological leans on whether or not alcohol should be allowed or not. To this day, you've still got dry counties, we call them. Not gun prohibition. I'm talking about the prohibition. Of alcohol and stuff. There are still dry counties to this day, you know. Like counties where they don't allow alcohol after certain times, don't sell them on certain days. There are states that have these rules. It's fucky depending on where you are, right? But during the aftermath of the Prohibition, there was a movement in many areas of the country pushed by people who were still in favor of Prohibition as it melted away, and they would protest and engage in some of the most hateable forms of advocacy for banning alcohol. One of the most popular forms of this was a group of mostly women would get together and they would barge into a bar where usually a bunch of men are enjoying their, like, after-work drinks, and they would start tearing the bar apart. They would smash all the alcohol and pour it down drains. They would, like, they would rip alcohol out of people's hands and then destroy it. And this was one of the most unpopular movements ever. Do you guys know where that movement got a lot of its money? Bar owners. Did you guys know that? Bar owners funded prohibitionist movements that were the worst advocates for the cause, the ones who would go bar to bar, ripping it apart and taking people's alcohol out of their hand and destroying it in front of them, they wanted to back that stuff. I thought that was just one lady. That was a lady who got a bunch of people together, and she was funded by bar owners. And there were many different protests like this that happened too. She was inspired people, and bar owners funded them. Bar owners funded dry county protests all across the country, and only the worst of the worst ones that were the most unpopular in their rhetoric and in their optics, because these bar owners wanted the perception of prohibition advocacy to be as negative as possible. As negative as possible. And it reminds me of this a lot. Like, the most unanimously hated forms of protest ever. And, like, where are these people getting their money from? Like, to literally break the law for the sake of in the environment. Like, where is this money coming from? Like, actually think about it. Where are these super rich people who care about the environment so much that they're funding a bunch of randos to go out and throw their lives away, getting arrested and prison time for spray painting private jets after breaking into airfields and vandalizing beloved historical monuments? Who are these billionaires and rich people who have so much money that they're funding this? Unless it's a really successful group of people who recognize that this is counterproductive to the movement that they're advocating for, and so they're funding it. Just like those bar owners literally funded dry county protests across the country in order to make prohibition look bad. And this is after the Prohibition period, when they were advocating for dry counties. There's a prohibition town near Lighthouse Point in the UP of Michigan. You can buy and drink alcohol for 6 hours of the day. Yeah, that stuff still exists to this day. There are dry counties, and in like North Carolina, you can't buy alcohol on a Sunday, I think. I'm pretty sure it's the rule, like you're not allowed to buy alcohol on the weekends. Yeah. There's a prohibition, yeah. Like, guys, what is the point of a protest? Like, what's the point of a protest? Because there are lefties that are going to get mad at me in the comments for this video. I know they will. I know, because I know the left. I know its problems and its biggest shortcomings, and this is one of them. There are going to be countless that'll get mad at me for criticizing the blatantly bad optics of this kind of thing and the fact that there is overwhelming negative response. The response will be, from all of them, well, they did what they wanted to, right? You're giving them what they wanted, which is attention. They're bringing attention to the issue. Who's talking about climate change because of this? Notice, by the way, how if I hadn't specifically dedicated some time to talk about believing in climate change and how it's real at the start of this segment, I wouldn't have talked about it at all here? Really? Like, all that much? Like, the conversation isn't so much about climate change as it is, like, from everybody about this. Well, Vosh is a progressive. It doesn't matter. The conversation that everyone is having, not specifically the most progressive person you could think of is having, the conversation that normal people are having is that this is just awful and that these people should be in prison. No one's talking about climate change. No one's attention is focused on oil. There's no statistics that have been expressed or nothing learned. No one's learned anything from this in regards to how bad climate change is. Meanwhile, like, the fucking coasts of Florida and a bit of Alabama, and Louisiana are melting the fuck away because the Gulf of Mexico's hurricane storms and storm surges are melting the coastline away, and we're actually at the point where we're going to see tens of millions of people's homes displaced on the Florida coast, like in the next year or two, probably, with the next big hurricane season. Damn, bro, I wasn't very concerned about climate change before, but now that they've sprayed those rocks, I realize it might be a really big deal. Exactly, right? Like, unless you're already so on board with this already, you're not even going to be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. If you're curious about what the response has been from, like, large public figures who are known to be progressive, or at least, like, not alt-right. I love this tweet. This has got to be my my favorite interaction in regards to this. So you've got this account, named John Burke, who tweeted, "The action of the suffragettes is ruinous. The feeling amongst sympathizers is panic. I am frankly not very hopeful of success if these tactics are persisted in. Prime Minister David Lloyd George, 1909. People fighting for a better world would not require your approval." So the idea is like, yes, these people are like suffragettes. They're like doing unpopular things has always led to justice. This guy quote tweets them. Possum Reviews says, "Just Stop Oil opposes nuclear power. They are not serious about stopping climate change." Which is like really the core fact of it, right? Like the fact that Just Stop Oil opposes nuclear power as much of the European like progressive political establishment does. It's very clear what the motivation is here. If these people aren't being funded by the oil industry, they're being funded by coal. I'm sorry. If you oppose nuclear energy, you want the world to burn. You just do. And you're literally as bad as any climate change denier. But that's really all I have to say about it. If you enjoyed this segment, consider leaving a like. I really do appreciate it. Oh yeah, actually no, before I wrap this up, a really good example. War Penguin, thank you for mentioning this. PETA. Have you ever seen a more unanimous agreement among people that PETA is the worst, even among people that like animals and care about saving animals? No one likes PETA. These people are the PETA of climate protest. No one likes PETA. No one likes Just Stop Oil. In fact, I'm pretty sure Just Stop Oil is going to be literally synonymous with PETA in the next year. As a matter of fact, like, isn't PETA, like, aren't they literally adopting PETA's methodology, actually? Oh yeah, PETA loves, they'll advocate for defending invasive species that are destroying habitats and environments and causing, like, special extinctions, too. Like, they'll advocate against, like, wiping out the invasive hogs that are, like, destroying countless habitats for animals that are already endangered. They're just actually the worst, right? Like, it's not just that their optics are bad, like with the Just Stop Oil and PETA, it's that their actions will just hurt their cause. Like, if they win, the cause gets hurt. I would love to see Zan and Vosh debate this, if either is interested. I haven't, like, Vosh literally hasn't spoken to me since the Keffels thing. You guys know that, right? Like Vosh has not spoken to me since the Keffels drama. I'm pretty certain that like, if anything, like, if there was sides to take in that, Vosh took Keffels' side, and went with that, yeah. He did not have many positive things to say about me during that drama either. Yes, Mr. Fear. The drama I had with Keffels, the one, Luna. Nuclear energy equals not perfect, but generally better than not. How is it not perfect? Like, unironically, nuclear energy is as close to perfect as we've got right now. Like, actually, but unironically, though. But, like, unironically, though, nuclear energy... Like, modern nuclear reactors are so safe. Like, it's actually a joke how safe they are now. Like, to the extent where nuclear apocalypse movies don't work anymore unless you set them... Like a nuclear meltdown movie doesn't work anymore unless you set them in, like, the 90s or the 80s. And even then, Chernobyl was in a particularly cheap, badly run plant in the 80s, I think it was, right? Maybe 70s? Was it the 70s? When was Chernobyl? I don't know. But when Chernobyl happened, it wasn't just long ago. It was long ago and, like, the worst nuclear power plant ever, you know? 1986. Okay, so it was 1986. Yeah, it was the 1980s, and also the worst nuclear power plant, worst run ever. Literally ever, you know? Like, it was literally human error that caused the problem in the first place, and modern nuclear power plants, for one, don't even have the ability for that problem to happen in the first place, and two, have so many safeguards. Like, modern nuclear power plants require constant human presence to keep them running. The way modern nuclear power plants run is that, like, even if every human on Earth blinked out of existence right now, within 24 hours, they would shut off. They would literally shut off because they'd stop being provided with their fuel, and they would run out. modern nuclear power plants are literally fed as much fuel as they need to put off the energy we need. So, like, they can't melt down. They can't overheat, realistically, because, like, we have to be there constantly feeding them or they die. As opposed to the thought process, which is it's like this infinite source of fuel that if we're not there to be constantly on top of, it'll melt down and kill us all. When in reality, modern nuclear reactors require us to be on top of, or they shut off and stop working, and they're just a lump of nothing. Oh, it's like a Tamagotchi. Yeah, it's about as high stakes as a Tamagotchi, yeah. So, like, or Tamagotchi, or whatever it's pronounced. Tamagotchi? Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know. Yeah, like, nuclear power is just, God, like, it's so unfortunate how brain poisoned people are on nuclear power. It's sad how much, like, pop fiction, like, pop culture, whatever the word is for it. It's sad how much pop culture has, like, ruined nuclear power in people's minds. Like, even if someone knows that nuclear power is safe, there is still, like, they don't know how safe it is, you know? Like, it's so fucking safe. Yeah, and then there was the Fukushima nuclear disaster that happened when I was in middle school, and that famously happened because a natural disaster combined with poor, like, building that was done, like, against the government's wishes. Like, they literally, like, the government warned them constantly about how the plant wasn't safe, but I guess they had too much power over the government in that situation. I was in 6th grade when that happened, I believe. Yep, and even now a fairly large number of normies still don't quite get it. Yeah, oh my god. Dude, nuclear power. Can we just get, like, a basic breakdown on why it's so much better? Like... Oh, this is perfect. Why Germany hates nuclear power.
This is Germany in the 1980s, before the Berlin Wall came down, still fractured in two between two world superpowers.
So this is what, like, the hate for nuclear power is what is allowing Germany to quickly, I should say, transform into Mordor.
And this is the map of nuclear power plants that powered the country. The 1980s was an eventful time period for this recovering nation. Chernobyl, located here, just north of Kiev, exploded, showering Europe in radioactive material. The severity of this incident can be hard to grasp in hindsight. Iodine tablets were distributed across Europe, an emergency preventative medicine to ensure the thyroid gland is saturated in non-radioactive iodine, preventing it from absorbing the radioactive iodine present in nuclear fallout, where it could fester and cause cancer. The fallout from Chernobyl spread on westerly winds across Europe, and the news spread faster. The people of Europe were afraid.
Local people received 7.4 millirems an hour of radiation.
Radioactive cesium is recycling in the moss.
Because they are thinking all day about
this
radiation, and nothing more.
The Chernobyl disaster could reap a bitter harvest for the peasant farmers of Poland's far northeast.
For the record, Germany's land is still, like, radiated to shit from this, you know? Like, there's still, like, you can take a Geiger counter around Germany's countryside, especially, like, eastern Germany, far eastern Germany, and you can, like, notice a change compared to, like, the ground anywhere else, you know? It's not, like, gonna kill you, necessarily, but you probably don't want to breathe in too much dust and dirt in Germany.
If the worst has already happened, the first cases of leukemia should be appearing now.
Chernobyl was given the highest ranking on the International Nuclear Event Scale, a 7, a major accident with a large release of radioactive materials. Or, in less technical terms, Europe was crop dusted in cancer dust. This event understandably put a big dent into the support of nuclear energy across the world. But
especially Europe.
This wasn't the genesis of the anti-nuclear movement in Germany.
It's why Europeans are so cucked on nuclear energy. It all comes from the Chernobyl. Europe got rained on with nuclear fallout from the Chernobyl disaster, because you gotta remember, it was an explosion. The top of the reactor got blown into fucking orbit, bro. There was so much fallout blasted up into the atmosphere and then blown westward in a very wide fan motion out into all of Europe. Like, it even got to the UK, and clearly they found some levels of nuclear fallout from it in Iceland, or in Ireland and up in Iceland and stuff too. Like, they, it carried into the ocean, you know, it just floats.
1975, 30,000 protesters occupied the construction site of a new nuclear power plant in southwestern Germany, on the border with France. In 1979, 7 years before Chernobyl, 200,000 protests.
Now, this is a really good idea of like the cucked mindset that is being European. We nuked Japan twice, and they've got a ton of power plants. And they just recently had a nuclear meltdown, and they still have a bunch of power plants. Because they're like, yeah, there was a disaster, but like, you know, it's you know, we can recognize that, like, you know, it's fine, you know. Like, yeah, like, Japan has had the most nuclear disaster ever, to the point where, like, their #1 cultural export is a metaphor of nuclear bombs, and like, they still don't fear nuclear energy like this.
Protesters took to the streets of Germany after the 3 Mile Island nuclear disaster in the United States. The anti-nuclear movement in Germany was a grassroots movement, led by the people and driven by fears of the very real danger nuclear energy poses. There was a tremendous amount of political pressure to begin phasing out these plants, and these protests led directly to the creation of Germany's Green Party in 1980. The Chernobyl accident in 1986 simply strengthened the support for the Greens' political.
So you can see, the reactor was a little lower, it got blown all the way up through. I haven't seen the show Chernobyl. I should probably watch it. I heard it's really good. Like, really, really good. Everyone loves it. Zan still won't talk about 3 Mile Island? Is that that's another nuclear disaster? Yeah. I mean, there's been nuclear disasters. It's just like... They're always caused by, like, either, like, they're really old or there's, like, obvious problems. That was 1979. That was before Chernobyl. Yeah, like, once again, nuclear reactors are just so much better nowadays. Is this one on... Oh, we're gonna watch the salmonella video? Okay, this is, like, the most Reddit... Okay, I love salmonella, but this is the most Reddit explanation possible. Are we going with the salmonella one? Why thorium rocks. This doesn't just apply to thorium, by the way. Just modern reactors are built in a way that applies to the way he describes it here. Where, like, you don't have to worry about it melting down because of lack of human intervention.
Hey kids, can I tell you a secret? Come here. Closer. Nuclear energy?
This video is still based, though. It's like 8 years old, and just a random YouTuber decided to make a video about how nuclear energy is actually good and you shouldn't fear it. Pretty based for a video that's like 8 years old when there was really not a lot of political, like, online willpower for this kind of stuff. I respect it.
It's not a bad thing. Sure, 30 years ago, things like Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island were certainly something to worry about. Today, however, it's a different story. Let me tell you kids about thorium. Thorium is uranium's neighbor, just 2 houses down. He's a lot like uranium, just he's a lot more chill. Uranium's the type to do a half-assed job during the day and spend every night doing Jaeger bombs and blasting Kendrick Lamar, you know the type. Thorium, on the other hand, is more career-oriented, and at the end of the day, he's cool with just watching Netflix, eating Ben & Jerry's. Let me walk you through all the steps of nuclear power, and you'll see why thorium is so great. Let's start with mining.
Every
So when
step.
somebody doesn't feel like getting out of bed, they'll, you know, whine and moan and roll over. Likewise, when uranium doesn't want to get out of bed, he releases deadly cancer-inducing radon gas. This means workers have to put up expensive ventilation systems just to, you know, not die. Thorium's chill. You go to wake him up, he understands he's got a job to do. Goes without a fuss. And even when you do get uranium up, like the lazy bastard he is, he has much less concentration in his ore compared to thorium, so more work has to be done just to get the same amount of material. The Earth's crust also has much more thorium in total than uranium, about 3 times as much. So you got your ore, and you've extracted it. Ready for work, right? Wrong. You see, natural uranium mainly consists of 2 different isotopes, uranium-235 and uranium-238. 238 kinda sucks at life, so uranium has to undergo enrichment to up its concentration of 235. Uranium's kinda like that kid with ADHD, right? You got him in the building, but you still gotta give him his own little room and a couple Ritalin before he starts doing anything productive. That's expensive. Thorium, on the other hand, look at him. He's got his sneakers laced, glasses on, he's ready to go. No enrichment needed. Finally, you're ready to make some power. This part's important, kids, pay attention. So this is where the biggest difference between uranium and thorium comes in. You see, uranium is fissile, whereas thorium is fertile. This means uranium can do his job all by himself, just doing his thing all on his own, whereas thorium's kind of a cripple. He needs a little bit of someone else just to give him the push he needs to start releasing energy. This might sound like a bad thing, but if you think about it, it's a lot safer. If you've got your power production process started, and shit suddenly hits the fan, uranium's just gonna keep going. You can try to move him around, cool him down or whatever, but at the end of the day, this man's gonna be swinging, and it's not gonna be a good day for anyone. Thorium, he's only got one leg. Piss him off, he takes a swing at you, just push him over, you're good. Please note, Salmonella Academy does not condone pushing cripples. And that's what thorium reactors do. They allow the barely radioactive liquid thorium to drain away from its helper in the event of an accident, so there's no way for things to escalate. Much safer. But while the process for thorium is better, most of the time people care more about the results. Well, it just so happens thorium is pimping in that regard as well. CERN estimates that 1 ton of thorium is capable of producing as much energy as 200 tons of uranium. That's a lot. To compare, that's also equivalent to 3.5 million tons of coal.
Well, coal's like the most inefficient power source that has ever existed, to be fair.
But let's talk about byproducts. Thorium, being
I think wood might burn with more energy than coal.
As pure as it is compared even to enriched uranium, produces about 100 times less nuclear waste.
Probably not.
Whereas we might not have as many X-Men, that also means much less work has to be done to dispose of the material. Additionally, it's very difficult to make a nuclear weapon out of thorium, since it can't do much on its own. The only thing that's really weaponizable about thorium plants is that little bit of helper material I talked about earlier. But overall, that's a pretty minuscule amount. That means we can feel a lot better about plopping these plants down in places like Iran. So kids, you heard it here first. Thorium is the future. Powerful, clean, reliable, and if things go wrong at the end of the day, you can still kick its ass.
Exactly. That's a pretty good breakdown of just how modern nuclear energy works nowadays, just overall, right? I do think that, like, the idea that we can save the environment without using nuclear is insane, and the opposition to nuclear from just a lot of European climate activists, like, types is weird. I don't get it. Well, I mean, I get it, but, like, also get the fuck over Chernobyl and whatnot. Like, get the fuck over it. Seriously. Like, if you actually care about the environment and saving, like, the vast swaths of Europe getting ripped apart and turned into Isengard for the coal industry, then, like, do something productive. Like, I don't know, like, if you're gonna spray paint something, spray paint one of those giant fucking excavators orange. You know what? That would have been good. That would have been a good thing if they did that. Imagine if they went to one of those giant German excavators and spray painted as much of it orange as they possibly could. Because then you can't show the video of them spray painting the thing without showing the giant fucking excavator and the swaths of land it's ripped apart for the sake of extracting coal. Like, you can't not make the conversation about why there is a giant fucking monstrous excavator there at all if they spray paint that. But they didn't spray paint that. They spray painted Stonehenge and not Taylor Swift's private jet. Anyway. If you like what I had to say here, consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up and comment, by the way, really helps a lot to boost me in the algorithm out to more people, which means the channel grows and I get to succeed from that, and I love it when I succeed. I prefer it from failing. I prefer succeeding to failing, so consider dropping that like button. And of course, maybe comment, follow my social medias, subscribe and ring the bell icon. Make sure you join my fan Discord server. It's totally free, and I host watch parties, call-in streams, and game events in there, and announce all my new uploads and streams. It's the main hub of my community, and we're doing a watch party of Avatar: The Last Airbender after stream today. So make sure you're already in the Discord if you're not already, because it's going to be a fun time. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Consider supporting me financially directly if you can by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching, and have a good one. I love how I did the dono bit at the end there. Like, said it as fast as possible. War Penguin, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, oh yeah, I already read that. My bad. That was what, like, spurred me on into more. Two things. One, do you believe PETA is also a Psy-Op? I do, And IDK, if I'm brain poisoned too, did you ever add that Alex Jones screaming emote? No, I haven't added the Alex Jones screaming emote yet, my bad. But yeah, I don't think PETA's a Psy-Op necessarily. Nor do I know for a fact Just Stop Oil is. I will say, like, the founding is a little fishy. Like, the fact that, like, it was founded by someone whose family with an oil billionaire is a little weird, but I guess there's a theoretical story for how that can make sense and not be Psy-Op-y. But I do think there's likely a situation like what happened during Prohibition going on, where bar owners were funding the worst of the worst prohibitionists to make the movement look bad. Because, you know, they knew that people are motivated by the perception of the movement, right? That's how the right succeeds. They make the perception of the left look worse, and people side with the right because they're the ones against the crazy, woke, crazy, over-the-top left, right? PETA isn't a psyop, they're just incredibly literal with their name, where killing invasive species is worse than letting them destroy the environment. That's insane. Like, actually insane. Also, isn't it interesting that, like, Just Stop Oil copied the thing that PETA does, that everybody hates? Like, I don't know how many of these I can show. Oh, shit. Climate protesters throw soup on Van Gogh painting. If you look up PETA protest, the third option that comes up is this video of Just Stop Oil trying to vandalize a Van Gogh painting. Because Van Gogh famously denied climate change, as you know.
Security!
This shit's so stupid they put glass over the damn paintings. Yeah, they're going to prison to epically own the painting. They glued themselves to the wall.
What is worth more? Art or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than...
Guys, I need you guys to tell me if there is a cohesive argument here. Like, I need you guys to tell me when there is a decent argument. That's what I need.
Or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice? Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting or the protection of our planet and people?
So, like, what is the argument? Like, I know we're not doing the segment anymore. This is just, like, after the fact. I'm just, like, I wish I'd remembered this. But, like, what is I get that the argument is, do you care about the environment and saving the Earth? Is it worth more than, like, art and money? Okay, I get that philosophy. But at the same time, it's like, what is this? All this achieved was getting people to hate this movement, right? More than Zan has ever done. These people actually interfered with oil pipelines. That isn't all that they do. It's just all that gets coverage. Dude, they literally oppose nuclear energy. Get out of here. Also, you can't say they've done more than I have. I've got over, like, nearly 100,000 people that watch my content and have been moved to, like, on their political opinions. Proof or ban? I already banned them. They're supporting a group that opposes nuclear energy.
Cost of living crisis is part of the cost.
You guys have to understand, is the left is full of a lot of people that aren't really progressive because they believe in the ideas or want good things to happen. A lot of them want to, like, jack themselves off about how much of a martyr and a good person they are. The left is full of people like that, like, genuinely, like, chock full of people like that. And an unfortunate amount of people are so, like, amenable to it. Like, like, you guys completely agree with me when I talk about other content creators. Zan works with Progressive Victory, and you can too. Oh yeah, I literally volunteer with like an active like canvassing group that's actively trying to get progressives elected to keep this kind of shit, like the climate change shit from continuing, right? Like, obviously these people don't know anything about me that are shit talking me in chat, but like, I don't care. I don't care about the people that are defending this because they don't matter. The fact is, I don't see this as so much a threat as in this idea is going to get popular. I see this as a threat to the climate change fighting movement. What I like to see, as you guys will know, I recently did a segment where I showcased a really good example of climate activism, a kind that I want to do, which is bringing positive attention to climate change. Here's a good example. Coral Reef Conservancy, Florida Keys. I am going to try my best to volunteer with this group. They want volunteers, and I'm curious if they would be interested in a YouTuber volunteering. I remember this from an older video. It's from like a week and a half ago I covered this. I showed this literally a week and a half ago as a perfect example of the type of like advocacy I think is good and the kind of stuff I want to be given attention.
Trees themselves, corals are a system, which we've never experienced in human history, and I don't.
For those who don't know, like, the ocean is the core of the planet's health. Xander just wants a free trip to the Florida Keys. True, but not a free one. No, I don't think that's possible. No, you'd have to go there and volunteer. Like, you'd have to like show up and be like, I brought my stuff. I'm ready to volunteer with you guys. But I want to do that. This is the kind of shit I love. Xander, you should watch Party Netflix, The Trial of the Chicago. I don't know what that is. Of the Chicago 7.
The Florida Reef Tract is the U.S.'s only barrier reef system. It's about 300 miles long. And what we saw over the last few decades is an incredible decline in coral cover. What we're looking at is the potential loss of an entire ecosystem, which we've never experienced in human history. And I don't think anyone wants to find out what that would mean if we had a complete collapse of our coral reef ecosystems.
Like, I feel like there's two toxic fucking ends of the horseshoe when it comes to the climate change discussion. There's the, like, lefty who believes in climate change but is so doomer about it, they're practically a climate change denier because they've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, it's real, but there's nothing we can do about it, so why even talk about it or advocate for, like, stopping it? And then on the other end of things, you've got the person who believes in it, maybe, I don't know, like, probably, but it's more about, like, proving that they are such a perfect activist and willing to sacrifice everything for this idea, less so than actually achieving any, like, goal. You know, it's more about the virtue than the goal. I've noticed that over the years, Yazan, and it sucks. Yeah, it's like, don't be doomer about it and not care, and don't be so hyper obsessed with virtue signaling about how much you care about it that you make the movement look bad. There's a very clear and broad middle ground between those awful ends of the spectrum that you can fall between. Yeah, climate doomers are very annoying too. Very, very annoying. Hikari, I genuinely just think that a lot of, like, you gotta understand, there are a lot of people out there that jack themselves off to the idea of being a martyr, and where are they politically? Where would they go politically? Not the right. No one on the right is jacking themselves off about what a, like, morally correct martyr they are. They know they're bad people. They take joy in it, and they post, like, hate bait to try and get your negative reaction. This is the reverse of that. War Penguin, thank you. Oh yeah, I already read that. Why didn't I click that away? What the fuck? Anyway, next topic. Why does he have a scroll? Why don't you? That's the real question. Why don't you have one? Where do you write your things down? Yeah, the right doesn't care about being good, they care about being strong. But the left doesn't care about being strong, they care about being the goodest. And sometimes to a detriment, to a fault, you know? This is why I watch you, Cirrus and DM, a lot more than Humanist Report and Rational National. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't really watch any other lefty content creators anymore. I'm cool with Cirrus. Like, me and Cirrus are friends, but I don't really watch, like, any lefty content anymore, because I've found that, like, a lot of it feels really disingenuous to me, especially when it's criticizing Biden. Like, I pretty much, like, I never really watched a lot of Vosh's content, but I pretty much stopped when, like, it feels like every other video became a, we have to ignore the crazy good thing in the headlines that Biden just did and talk again about how Biden's supporting a genocide. And it's like, he's literally the headliner for the peace deal. It's like, what? The election is less than 6 months away, my man. I feel like Vosh has defended Hunter Biden more than he's defended Joe Biden from attacks from Trump people. Am I the only one that feels that way, or is that, like, a valid feeling? I like Dead Domain's edited videos. You're really the only streamer I fuck with now. Dab. I'm just the best. Honestly, Zan, seems plausible. I don't watch a lot of other streamers, but I watch a lot of lefty vids. Nice. I don't watch other I love them, but yeah, I love Zan's content in community. What you said is true. Yeah, I get the vibe that there's a little bit of a lack of enthusiasm for Biden in a lot of lefties that, like, kind of indicates almost actual, like, Biden derangement syndrome to a degree. Even though I have disagreed with DM on Biden, I still like her content. Yeah, I haven't talked to DM since the Keffels stuff either, but I think we're on okay terms. The only people who've spoken to me since the Keffels drama happened are, like, normie drama YouTubers. Did you guys know that? Like, I think I've talked to Cirrus and stuff, but when it comes to, like, lefty content creators, the only people who have talked to me since the Keffels drama between me and Keffels are, or none of them have. Only, like, commentary YouTubers and normie YouTubers have spoken to me. And all of them indicating, like, man, I'm sorry what happened to you during that whole Keffels thing. It's like, yeah, haven't gotten any such apology from anyone in the online left. By the way. I got one from, like, Nick Diorio. He messaged me, like, months ago, like, hey, man, dude, I saw the evidence that came out. Like, fuck Keffels, I'm sorry. I've received no such messages from anyone on the left. So I guess that kind of puts some things into perspective about my current, like, idea of the left right now. Zan, you should talk to Vosh off stream to see what's up. I never, like, start combos with other content creators generally. I'm really rarely the one to start the convos, but there's definitely been a definitive lack in combo starting from any lefty content creators that has occurred since the Keffels thing. Have any of them even talked about the Keffels scamming thing? I don't think so. I think Demon Mama did, but Vosh did not. I think Vosh just stopped talking about Keffels overnight when all that went out, if I recall correctly. I think I was just sort of a silent bridge burn, if anything. Majority Report became unwatchable for me after the Ukraine-Russia war. Just finding out about their politics of foreign policy was sad. Oh, yeah. I remember my most unpopular take was years and years and years ago when yeah, Keffels got memory hold in the Vosh community, probably for the best. But the most controversial take I ever had was that Kyle Kalinske is cringe and a class reductionist and a bit of a, like, LARPer tanky adjacent. And this was years ago, before Bernie or Bust was a thing. And I kept saying, dude, he's gonna be a Bernie or Buster. I'm telling you, if Bernie loses, he's gonna be a Bernie or Buster. And everyone was like, no, no. And then, you know, he was a Bernie or Buster. And then I think now he's, like, on Rising or something. Yeah, I think DM is still chill with me. I think she's probably busy, but I don't know. I don't know what my current like standing is with most of the online left. I remember Keffels kept begging Vosh for his stream key. What? Why? Why would he give up his stream key? So she could stream to his channel? That's the most stupid... No one gives up their stream key. What? You don't do that. No, I wouldn't give my stream key to my editor. They don't need it. Unless they want to do something, like, potentially harmful. Like, there's no good reason to want your stream key. Never give it away. She said it would be the funniest Yeah, she's always been, like, a weirdo, but for a long time I thought it was a joke until I kind of, like, in hindsight, have put together that I think she might just actually be unhinged and say shit like that makes no sense, and it, like, seems so insane and weird to say that people just assume it's a joke, you know? Like, I don't know what the deal was with that. For what it's worth, I've mentioned being a Xanderhall fan multiple times in DM's community, and I've never gotten shit for it. Yeah, I don't think DM's community hates me. I just haven't spoken, like... I imagine DM's probably just busy, but a lot of the online left, I think, just has a negative opinion of me after the Keffels thing. And a lot of people defended Keffels after that because Mutahar used, like, a artist's drawing of Keffels that people said was transphobic. And the artist might be transphobic, but he draws everybody that way. Like, that's the artist's thing, is that he draws what I would call, like, a sweat jack, where it's like a... Imagine yourself if you're like, you just got out of bed and it's like 95 degrees Fahrenheit in your room. So you just woke up from the sweatiest, greasiest, grimiest nap of your life. Your hair is a mess and it's like stuck up in a in its frizzy state because you just got out of bed. And you're just like greasy and shiny and gross after like a hot, sweaty night's sleep. And then you took a photo and your eyes are red because you didn't get enough sleep either. You take a photo like that. That's how that artist would draw people. And he drew a version of Keffels like that. And then Mutahar used it in the thumbnail. And from that point, like a shitload of the online left defended Keffels, even though like she was proven to have scammed people. Because, like, they thought that it was a transphobic attack because of the image used in the thumbnail. Yeah. Muda's definitely not transphobic. Do you guys know what the most, like, in-depth political discussion I've ever seen Muda have was? It was when Muda followed me on Twitter after I made a video criticizing him, said, "Oh my god, dude, your arguments were really good, you're totally right," and then, like, me and him are cool now. Like, he literally just messaged me that he saw my video, thought all my arguments were correct, that he changed his position, and then followed me and subscribed to me. And I think he took that video down. Yeah, Muda is super chill, too. Like, Muda is... I'm talking about Some Ordinary Gamers. Big YouTuber. He's super chill. He's actually super chill. He's not a right-winger. He's not a chud. He's a normie. He's actually just, like, genuinely a normie. And honestly, still not a big Muda fan, but I'm glad he's not a transphobe at least. He's not, like, even right-wing. It's just... He's literally a normal guy on the internet. Something I've noticed is that, like, a lot of you guys have a tendency to, like, dislike YouTubers who have what you guys interpret as, like, chuddy or right-wing or bad tendencies that are just, like, the most normal tendencies ever. And it's like, guys, you've gotten way too comfortable with the online left's, like, fuzzy cushiness if Muda offends you. Like, you gotta be able to handle some, like, cringe. Some stuff that makes you as, like, a hyper-progressive cringe. You know, I inoculate myself to it. I watch PKA as an inoculation against, like, getting too snowflakey, for a lack of a better term. I need to be able to engage with people who are normal and who are going to be normally problematic without being the insufferable person in the room trying to, like, call it out all the time, you know? Like, can you... I can see that being possible, but can you name a few examples, Zan? A few examples of, like, Muda being progressive? What are you referring to wanting examples of? That could be in reference to a couple things. Yeah, just reword your question to examples of blank, you know? I still rewatch old anti-SJW videos just for fun nowadays. I never rewatch those, really, outside of, like, bringing them up on stream for an argument. Muda had a combo with Vosh? Yeah, I think I might have seen that. Yeah, Mudahar is pretty progressive. Like, I think his general politics are pretty left-leaning, if anything, but he's just not really into politics. Yeah, the commentary community is nowhere near as fucked up as it used to be. Like, even when they dunk on trans people, they tend not to misgender them or use slurs anymore. It wasn't like that at all in the 2010s. Yeah. That's, yeah. I said I don't watch a Linux YouTuber because I think he's a chud in Linux Discord, and I'm wondering if I should have said anything at all. I mean, that's a fine sentiment to express. I mean, I think it's fine to say I don't watch a YouTuber because I think he's chuddy. Like, I think that's fine. Like, you're allowed to have opinions. I'm just saying, like, I don't think you want to be the person yeah, I'm asking about people having alleged normie takes that are interpreted as chuddy. Oh, it's not even takes. I'm talking about tendencies, and this can be takes as well, so I'll give a few examples. So a good example is the one I already used, which is the Keffels thumbnail that people accused of being transphobic because it was an unflattering depiction of a trans person, and so in response to the video, like, instinctively they defended Keffels, despite the fact that the evidence of the video, for one, the video wasn't transphobic, and for second, the video was showing definitive evidence of scamming, right? So it's like, people just kind of threw themselves to go against him because they had a perception of his politics that wasn't even close to accurate. You get exceptions like Turkey Tom, who does say the N-word a lot and does it purposefully, but overall I think the commentary community is alright. Yeah, Turkey Tom's probably the biggest commentary YouTuber, though, so that's kind of the thing, you know? Like, he's a conservative, but he's the biggest commentary YouTuber, but most of the commentary YouTube community isn't conservative, I would say. But the biggest one is a conservative. I wouldn't even say he's conservative. He's just, he has the philosophy that while he's not right-wing, he has the philosophy that benefits the right and thus leads someone to almost always align with the right philosophically, while not really necessarily agreeing with most of their politics, if that makes sense. Like, there are a lot of people who don't even agree with right-wing politics, but they just want to be able to say the N-word, right? And so, because the left are the ones who get mad if you say the N-word, they side with the right on most things, you know? But, yeah. It's just that kind of thing. And I'm not defending it, to be very clear. I just think it's important to have a very nuanced understanding of why these people believe and say the things they do, because when you have a nuanced understanding of why they are the way they are, it's a way more effective, like, diagnosis you can give on how to respond, right? Like, you got to identify the problem first, and there's a lot of, like, it's easy to say someone's a chud, someone's a Nazi, someone's an alt-righter, but you want to, like, understand more deeply why they believe that, because once you know why they believe it, you can hit them argumentatively where it hurts. Alright. Oh, I've got a good one here. This is good. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Guys, people on the internet are calling for the legendary bard known as Kendrick of Lamar to slay yet another Drake. With nothing but the power of song. As you see... as you see, people are calling for Kendrick to make a diss track on Mark Kern, also known as Grums, apparently. Actually, there's a pretty large pull online for this to happen. I don't think it will, but it would be fucking hilarious if it did. The reason I bring this up and I use this joke as the start of the segment is because we're going to be talking about Grums and possibly the biggest self-own I've ever seen. Does anyone here remember that one guy who tweeted out that he was a gay black guy and he supported Trump, but then it turned out it was the alt account of a white Republican congressman who forgot to log out of his alt. He was having a Twitter argument on one account that was pretending to be a gay black man who supported Trump, and then he accidentally replied as if he was that account to the argument on his main, which was the white Republican congressman that he was. Probably one of the most hilarious things ever. You guys remember this? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I forgot you can't find anything anymore. Oh, no. The internet used to be a thing, and you used to be able to find things, guys. Dude, Gen Z's never gonna know. That's the sad thing. Gen Z and Alpha will never know how good the internet used to be when you could just, search a thing and you found it, you know? Do you guys remember that? Oh yeah, here's a viral thing that happened. Let me just search a description of that thing, and then it just comes up, you know? But now it's all paid ads and the most recent possible thing. You switch over to Google Images, and now for some reason, there's only 4 lines of results no matter what you search. You guys have noticed that, right? Google Images shows you 4 lines of results now no matter what you search. You search for, pictures of a tree, and you're trying to find, lots of different images of trees to find the perfect one you're looking for, and after, 4 lines, they stop showing you shit. Half of it's AI art, half of it's advertisements. You try to open one of the images in full screen, and it takes you to a fucking website because it was an advertisement image that, you click it or try to full screen the image, and it takes you to a fucking website because it's an ad on Google Images. I was trying to get clip art of a tree the other day, and that kept happening to me, and I was literally so fucking mad. Anyway, can't find anything anymore, so never mind. You guys will just have to trust me. But something genuinely hilarious happened. Just outright fucking hilarious. Now, the problem is the account is now privated, which means you can't see his posts anymore. The person who did this has since, after several times continuously trying to double and triple down and claim that the people exposing him are liars, he has since left the internet and privated the Twitter account. You can't see his tweets anymore. But you guys will be aware of Assassin's Creed Shadows, the new Assassin's Creed game, the one that has Yasuke. Everyone's mad about it, or the right-wingers are mad about it, the racists are. This guy comes out, and his name is... What was the name? His Twitter name was Samurai Kenji, and he went by Kenji Moto or something like that, like a really Japanese name. And the profile picture is a lotus flower, right? It's okay. And they claim to be a Japanese scholar. That is the word they use. They're a Japanese scholar. And that, and they, insult the Ubisoft post in the reply. Now, Ubisoft blocks the tweet, because it was, worded very harshly, and it was, a very racist tweet from this person. So in response, the person starts winding up a storm about how Ubisoft blocked a Japanese scholar calling out the misinformation in their game they're claiming to be historically accurate. Grums immediately picks this up and starts pushing it as part of the narrative, right? However, very quickly, people use the Wayback Machine on this person's Twitter account and find out that before Assassin's Creed Shadows launched, just a few months ago, or before it got announced, just a few months ago, this Samurai_Kenji account went by the name of Garrett. This was the profile picture on the account, by the way. A bald, bearded white guy. So, yeah. Japanese Twitter's going pretty wild with this one. I really like this tweet in particular. I think it's pretty funny. From account with a name I can't pronounce. Says, oh, motherfucker's lucky. i9 14900K and an RTX 4090, you lucky bastard. How it feels like on here lately, dropping the I'm Japanese starter pack, and then quote tweeting the account, which is since you're unable to view the post because the account owner limits who can view their posts. This guy was like the patron saint of the Grums community on Twitter for the last week. He has now privated his account after getting exposed as a white guy pretending to be Japanese. It is really so fucking funny. Like, isn't it kind of wild how much of the, like, stories they're using are just fake now? Here's, like, a popular gimmick account that's not even known for right-wing posts. It's just a popular gimmick account tweeted, "They are literally blackwashing Japanese history. This is insane." In response to this article, Ubisoft's upcoming game shows how black people helped build Japanese civilization. The African warrior in Ubisoft's new CGI trailer is one of history's most fascinating fighters. And then, of course, it got community noted. This article isn't real. It's an iFunny meme that this guy probably cropped when posting. Like, is this really where we're at now? Is this really the state of things? Here's another person who quote tweeted this account before they privated. Pretends to be a Japanese historian, acts outraged by Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows, tags grifters and gains clout, gets exposed, real name is Garrett Barnes. His explanation below is being caught is basically, ha ha ha, I was actually pretending to be Garrett as an experiment. Here are the tweets before they got taken down. So the official Assassin's Creed X page blocked me for speaking the truth. All I've been saying is that Yasuke was not a samurai. There is nothing written anywhere that says he definitely was a samurai, and they know that, so they blocked me for continuing to prove it. At Elon Musk. I hold an MA-ED in Asian Studies, MASIA, with a focus on Japanese history and a specialty distinction in the Sengoku and Edo periods from the University of Tokyo. The Assassin's Creed X account blocked me for saying that Yasuke wasn't a samurai. Or wasn't samurai. I love how he's faking, not English second language now. Who else has been blocked for this? Instead of asking someone like myself, that's a specialist in the field regarding the exact era they desire to replicate, they get this absolutely insane pedophile-loving woman who knows jack shit about shinobi or samurai. She only knows men having intercourse with young boys. Guys, I wonder why the Ubisoft account blocked this guy for calling their lead game designers pedophiles. That is the part of all this that I take grievance with. That they went for woke points instead of letting me play as a Japanese man in a game set in my own country. You are not Japanese, you're Yansei. I am Japanese, and you're a baka. That's not how you use baka in a sentence. You're definitely Yansei. I don't know what Yansei means. Probably like a white guy pretending to be Japanese or something. There's probably a word specifically for that. Lol, you can use baka anywhere in a sentence. Would you rather me just call you a fool in English? No, you can't, because that's not how the language works. If you weren't some Yansei or Gaijin, you'd know this. Yeah, Gaijin, I know what that means. And then he replies with some Google Translate Japanese, and this person replies, Google translated, laughing, crying emojis. Japanese does not read this way, illiterate Gaijin clown. Gaijin means white guy obsessed with, Japan, usually, a cultural appropriator type deal. Yeah. Yeah, it's like gringo. Yeah, usually Gaijin, my buddy Ethan refers to our friend that's in our Discord server who lives in Japan as a Gaijin as a joke. So I'm very aware of what that means. Dude, it's so rich. It's so rich. And it goes on. It goes on. Here, this person Google translated what they wrote so you could see that they literally just wrote a fully grammatically correct sentence in English and then put it into Google Translate, because this is not how it, like, actual Japanese directly translates to English. I don't know what part of Japan you're from, but everyone I've spoken to here is extremely annoyed that Yasuke was chosen as the main character instead of a real Japanese samurai. They literally use the built-in Google Translate on Twitter. And then, of course, this is tweets from a year ago. James Woods tweeted, Thomas Jefferson statue removed from New York City Hall after 187 years. What the fuck is happening to our country? People literally just went back and looked at this person's tweets from a year ago before he was pretending to be Japanese and figured out, wait a second, this is obviously not a Japanese guy living in Japan. Care to explain? I mean, it looks pretty clear to me at Samurai Kenji-ya. He replies, nothing disingenuous, just swimming in different waters to attain research. The effort and steps may differ, but an experiment is... Notice how he tweets like Elon Musk, pretending to be smart? But an experiment is fruitful only when applied with seriousness and diligence. I got what I needed from my research, and now I'm back to my regular account, so what? Wait, is he pretending this was not the same account? What research are you studying, and what do you mean, so what? That is not an excuse to lead people on and basically destroy any sort of credibility you could possibly ever have. Not only that you tried to fool everyone by lying, there's no excuse for that. American culture, I've been there several times, and the way that you treat politics is insane to me. How, if you're on one side, you're bad, and if you're on the other, you're a saint. Ah, yes, that is how America views politics. If you're on one side, you're bad, and on the other, you're a saint. That is exactly how America views politics. That if you're a lefty, you're a saint, and if you're a conservative, you're bad. That is just how politics in America works, for those that don't know. Everybody views it this way. It's our crazy way of viewing politics. Not at all the way that a conservative American pretending to be Japanese would try to describe American politics to make it sound like the left is insane. It's very unfair, and I can't see how anyone doesn't agree on one political ideology over there. That doesn't explain why you said my country. To be honest, normal citizens only say that if they actually live in that country. You are not fooling me again. My country equals Garrett's country, the USA. Garrett doesn't exist. That was me having political conversations, much like how regarding Yasuke, who was not a samurai. This is a bald white guy with a beard, mind you, desperately trying to argue that he is a Japanese man who is a scholar in Japanese history. It continues. You won't believe who ran it with an unverified account. Ubisoft blocked a historian from University of Tokyo for speaking the facts. Not a great look, Ubisoft. The jokes write themselves. So the official Assassin's Creed X page blocked me learning the law. The official Assassin's Creed account blocked a Japanese scholar for saying Yasuke is not a real samurai. He has an MAED from University of Tokyo with a specialization in this period of history from Grums. Dude, this fell apart bad. People saying I am playing as Kenji, lol, when a while ago I was actually pretending to be Garrett. That was an experiment which has now proved to be very successful. Ah, yes. I changed my name to sound American to discuss American politics and other things with Americans. So what? I love how they frequently say, so what? To try and, like, make it seem ridiculous to view this at all as, like, clear evidence that he's just a white guy pretending to be Japanese. Like, yeah, what? So what? So what? So what you caught me stealing? It doesn't mean I'm a thief. So what? So what? You know? The cell phones, they just write themselves these days. It's quite funny. Gaijin LARPers were so upset they weren't getting any outrage from the Japanese by the inclusion of Yasuke and AC Shadows, they started role-playing as them, lol. Absolutely pathetic. It's so real, though. Like, that's actually where we've gotten to. There's so few Japanese people actually upset about AC Shadows that they're actually LARPing as Japanese people to convince... We watched a video recently where a guy went to Japan and failed to find anybody who was upset about it. In fact, every person that the guy found in the street to show the trailer thought it was cool. And the guy just, like, ended the video dejected and uploaded it for some reason. I have no idea why he uploaded that. It was ridiculous, but, I mean... If they want to upload their own self-owns, I'm fine with it, I suppose. I'm not going to be mad. Anyway, if you liked it all what I had to say in this video, consider dropping a like. It really helps a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a real long way in helping the channel grow and reach more people, as do the comments, the subs, and the bell icons rung. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been really good with the interaction on the content lately, and it's been helping a lot. I'm seeing a big improvement in channel metrics, so thank you guys, and keep it up. I really do appreciate it. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description, including joining my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my fan base and community. It's totally free to join, and I host watch parties, game events, call-in streams, and announce all my new uploads and streams there as well. So make sure to join that if you haven't already. And of course, if you want to support me directly financially so that I can afford to keep food in my belly and pay for the stuff for quail content, which will be starting soon because it's getting warmer. It's still a little chilly out for fucking, what is it, June already? It's fucking chilly here, but I guess I am in the Pacific Northwest. I gotta get the quail stuff, so if you guys want to help with the raising money for that, especially for the camera, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Just watching really helps a lot. Thank you so much for watching, as always, and have a good one. Hope to see you again. Yeah, I still have my space heater out, as you can see. It's still kind of chilly here. I'm not gonna lie. Gaijin just means foreigner? Oh, okay. Listen, I don't know Japanese. I can't speak Japapenis. Japaneses. That's Japanese Jesus. Japaneses. All right, mark off a segment on the scroll. All right, guys. I've got one segment left for us to cover today, and then we're going to be doing a watch party in the Discord of Avatar: The Last Airbender, so you better be ready. If you're not already ready, then you're not going to be ready for when things get ready. You better be steady. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I've got bars. You didn't think I was going to have bars, but I did. Japanese is such a complex language, I gave up. That's probably for the best. You only need to know one language, and that's English. It's, like, the best one. In fact, I think it might be, like, eventually the universal language. English will be. I think it's probably, like, the best one. Like, really. I like English. It's stupid sometimes, but, like, verbally, like, spoken, English is the best, I think. If you think Japanese is hard, try Chinese. I heard it's fucking difficult. True, to Lancer. It's the best one. You gotta know English if you're gonna get by in this world. That's just how it works. You gotta learn the language, brother. What the fuck? Wait, is this a... Did they release, like, a full-on launch trailer for Endwalker back in the day? Hey, yo! Okay, this kind of goes hard. Chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a Monster Energy from the fridge really fast. And then we're gonna really quickly watch the launch trailer for Final Fantasy Endwalker. I've never seen this. Or Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, which I've never seen before. And now I want to watch it. It came from my recommended. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get my drink. I'll BRB. Yo! I return, and I have monster energy, so I can stay awake and not die. Alright, chat. I want to see this trailer. The trailer for Endwalker. The launch trailer, the one that's like gameplay, not cinematic. I haven't seen this. They made one for Dawn Trail, which I have seen, but I haven't seen the Endwalker one at all. I hope this doesn't have any spoilers in it. It probably won't, because I'm pretty far in Endwalker at this point. So, what is this? What did they show? What did people know going into Endwalker?
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh, the graphics were so much worse back then.
Beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Have a safe journey, and please...
Song choice.
Please, be careful.
That which lives is destined to die.
Oh, they show this?
Leads to loss.
I guess we already seen this, okay.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
This expansion is the cap to a 10-year-long story.
But neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
That blue will be your guide. Test and proof of your conviction. In darkness,
they show a lot of spoilery shit. If you know what it is, I guess it's spoilery.
Walk free and bear the light.
What the fuck was that? What is this? Why was this in the... I can guess what this is. I know enough now to guess what this is. Why would they show us this? What the fuck? I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess locations aren't too big of a spoiler, but fuck, dude. That's a big spoiler, because I know exactly where this is. Yeah, that's beneath Labyrinthos, isn't it?
The light for others to follow.
Let me relieve you of your burden. You've
No
suffered
way.
enough.
No way. They show a lot in this.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Was this from 2.5 years ago?
Left of hope, and now dignity. 'Twas a grand,
Dude, they
glorious
show a
dream
lot
we shared.
here.
I won't lose them. Not a one.
But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
We've come too far to back down now.
How are you gonna show that in the fucking trailer? What the fuck? You can't just show this fucking scene in the trailer. No way. No fucking way. Dude. What? Square Enix they spoil shit. Damn. They give 0 fucks.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
What? Aardbird is gonna appear?
There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we
Oh, this
once
game's
had.
very wokely, Joker.
It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Oh man, it really does just all come together with this expansion too. Every like 1,000 hours ago, you'll have done a quest where you help some like hippo people take out the trash. And then an Endwalker, they show up when you're about to get your ass whooped, and they're like, "We lend you aid!" And they come and they save your ass, and they're like, "We would have died had you not helped us take..." This is a made-up scenario. "We would have died had you not helped us take out the trash 3 expansions ago. We are here to aid you." And now they're like your army contingent in the final battle. God, this fucking expansion goes hard. Oh. It's 10 years of storytelling, and then this expansion caps and everything off, and everything connects. All the disparate storylines that, like, seemed completely separate from each other all converge at a single point, and that's Endwalker. God, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Is there like an after... Oh, there's an after bit to the trailer.
To have you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
Oh yeah, the characters.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
One thing you'll have to get used to is understanding ye olde English, because the characters actually speak in ye olde English. Like, when you arrive somewhere, a character, like, they'll say, "We're glad you are come," which is hilarious because they say "we are come" and "you are come" really frequently, and it's funny. But at a certain point, you just get used to the fact that they speak in ye olde English. My wife is so excited for this expansion. Well, this is Endwalker. I assume, or is she playing through it and she hasn't made it to Endwalker yet? Yeah, don't tell her about anything you saw here. If she hasn't made it to Endwalker yet. You want her to go into that one blind. There were some things there that I didn't recognize, and I'm mad I saw it, I guess, but not too much so. Because I guess I knew, if I was able to identify it on site, like what it was, then I probably knew enough, you know? Whatever's the latest expansion, I have no idea. Dawn Trail's the one coming out in 5 days. Or it's 7 days, but it's coming soon. It's coming soon. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. Have they put out anything new? Any new FF14 stuff come out? They just put out the launch trailer for Dawn Trail. which is just the story trailer. The story trailer is pretty neat. This is the gameplay story trailer they put out for Dawn Trail, and I guess knowing what we do now, this might be spoilery. So be careful. I recognize that name. I played 14 till Stormblood. Oh, nerd, you stopped playing in the in what is considered like the most meh expansion. The expansion that's like an okay expansion sitting between a good one and an amazing one, and then followed by like peak fiction.
Do not be so quick to relax.
Here's the trailer for the new one.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
It's such a good vibe, this expansion. I'm excited for it. It's the start of a new story.
You four will compete in the rite of succession. The outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
We are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen.
Our nation can change for the better. I am bound to no one.
Got a lot of new characters to meet.
Protector of peace and soon to be Dawn
Which makes
Servant.
sense, it's a new story.
A waste of time. I can always take what I need later.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
It is through embracing innovation that we will usher Tule Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
I still can't pronounce the name of the continent, dude. It's literally, like, it's hard. It's Spanish. It's like, and it's like pre-conquistador colonization, like Spanish or whatever. So it's like, there's like X's and shit in it. It's hard to pronounce. I don't even know. It's got too many R rolls in the name. I can't do it. I'm too much of a white boy. I'm gonna be a white boy lost in the Dawn Trail expansion. It's gonna be so Jover for me, guys. Wait, so who is competing for the throne? Is this by blood or by merit? It's by merit. You have to win in a contest that tests your ability to rule. Part of it is a combat contest, because in this world you very much have to, like, you have to be like a badass warrior to rule. Like, that's kind of necessary. Like, in this world, the rulers are all like big top tier badasses. There's a scene where like the leader of Limsa Lominsa gets into a duel, and the pirate she's dueling is like really cocky, and he's got his gun, and so he pulls the gun and he shoots at her, and she just kind of stands there and pulls hers out and shoots right as he does, and like shoots his bullet out of the air, and he's just sitting there shocked by it, and she just stands there and smiles at him, and he goes to shoot again, and she just fucking dodges the bullet. Like, just dodges, just knows where he's gonna shoot at her head, and just turns her head at the last second, knowing where he's gonna shoot is gonna be her head, and he shoots his last shot, and so she just looks at him like, and then shoots him in the shoots the gun out of his hand. Like, that is how badass the leaders in this world have to be, and they only got to that position by proving themselves via merit and the ability to actually defend themselves, generally. Like, they have to actually be able to fight. They're not just sitting back on a throne and watching people fight for them. They're usually out there, like, especially when the world's about to end, like, they're there. Like, there's, here, in the famous, like, first trailer, they're there in the battle. Answers cinematic. I just want to show a single screenshot from this. Like in this cinematic at the opening, when you see the battle. Here at this bit. This is the opening for the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV. Like this bit here in a sec. Yeah, they're very much there. They're very much there in, like, at the battlefield, giving orders and stuff. And they are up on a cliff, but that's about to not matter. That's about to very much not matter. Yeah, these are, like, the leaders of the nations that you get introduced to in the first expansion. You've got Merwib, you've got Rauban, who's representing Ul'dah, and then you've got, Connie Senna, who's representing, Gridania. You don't have any leaders of Ishgard. Oh, that makes sense, though. You don't go there until Heavensward. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. The game's very political. The story's, like, a lot of cutscenes are literally, like, you are, like, in a meeting between the world leaders, and you are there to witness it and sometimes even give, like, input, and you earn your way to that position. You start out the game as an absolute nobody, random adventurer who just made it to town, and slowly but surely you work your way up to being such a big deal because you're such a badass that, like, when it's time that when the apocalypse is happening, the world leaders bring you to their office to discuss what the fuck's gonna be done, because you're, like, the planet's best, like fighter at that point, and everyone knows it. No one pretends you're not. But the game is... Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You do encounter people... I dropped my vape. You do encounter people who are a match for you, though. That's the thing. It would really suck if just you were a complete badass who could conquer everybody every time, but you get... It doesn't glaze you, no. You have, like, a nemesis. You have a nemesis that might be equal, if not greater, in power to you. But the fact is, you do win. You know, obviously. That's the difference, is that you win. Maybe not in the way that you would expect every time. Sometimes not in the best way, but you win. Usually. You play as the Warrior of Light. If you've played FF1, then you probably know more about, like, the Warrior of Light and stuff than I even do. But there's special lore to the Warrior of Light in this game, but the FF1 Warrior of Light does exist. I love Shadowbringer's story where it's like, yeah, you're him, but are you him? Yeah, no, like, in Shadowbringers, you're not him, you're one of him, and then at the end of Shadowbringers, you become him. Yeah, it makes no sense. You gotta play you gotta play it. Play the game. You'll get it. You'll understand. All right. Let me bring up the last topic of the day, and then it's time for Avatar. Yeah.
Kick it.
All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. There's been many times when I complain about YouTube or Twitch where people in my chat tell me we need to build an alternative platform. And I always responded to that it's a lovely but unfortunately impossible idea to achieve, because the cost of maintaining the infrastructure for a platform like that, much less paying to keep it constantly maintained, and then on top of that, hell, I mean, how do you get people to come to the platform? You got to pay for advertising, and I mean, Google and other websites choke out competition by suppressing advertising for it because they control advertising. So you can't survive as a real competitor to these platforms anymore, especially YouTube. However, I do stand corrected in one case. There has been one successful alt platform to a popular streaming and video posting platform, and that's Twitch. Or the alternative to Twitch, I should say, Kick. I've never really liked Kick. Ever since the name reminded me of that one app that was popular when I was in, like, high school that was famous for having nothing but grown men who are pedophiles and children on it, which the pedophiles are looking to groom. I never liked the fact that it shared a name with that app, Kick, if you know. I don't even know if it's still around, if anyone even knows what that is. But it was a meme in like 2016 that it was like the app where pedophiles and kids are for some reason. And people would meme about it. I never liked Kick just because of that. And then when I found out that it was being run by gambling streamers for the sake of creating a TOS friendly towards gambling safe haven for streamers to do their gambling content, I never really liked it much. And of course, the fact that it was basically Twitch literally ripping the Twitch API, by the way, like all of Twitch's, it was literally from the ground up just Twitch, but they changed some colors and stuff. And then they put it up, and it's like, here is a serious competitor to Twitch, and it's like really? I think they eventually made it more unique over time, but like they just kind of copied Twitch, but made it less rules, and then said this is a serious Twitch competitor. And people went with it, mostly just because a lot of streamers wanted the excuse to go gamble and be able to like have no rules. They just wanted to be able to have as few rules as possible. This has led to some of the most degenerate content that's live streamed on the internet being posted on Kick regularly. And recently there was a big scandal with a big a streamer on Kick, a relatively large streamer, at least a big one in the Kick world, who ended up, as it turns out, statutorily raping a teenager who he knowingly had an idea what might not be of age and yet actively chose not to ask because, as he says, confirmed said he didn't want to know what her age was just in case because he wanted to be able to claim ignorance if she's underage. Yeah, it was really creepy. She came out with all the text and all the evidence, and in response, that streamer got banned from Kick, which is actually respectable. They banned the guy. I actually, fair, fuck Kick, but they did ban the guy after he was outed as a statutory rapist. Basically, the aftermath has been interesting because now we're starting to hear about some more allegations coming out against both the website and streamers on the website. And I actually found a pretty interesting video, and it's pretty recent. It's like only 6 hours old, from a YouTuber named Cameron, but with a K. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link to this video in the chat, and assuming my editor remembers, it should also be in the description of this video when this goes out on YouTube. So make sure you guys go click that link and drop a like and a comment. And yeah, I just kind of want to check this out really fast because it seems like there's some pretty dark shit coming out about Kick now, and we might be witnessing the beginning of the end for it. Let's watch.
Kick is getting so bad that their own creators that they signed themselves are leaving the platform to go back to Twitch. That's the equivalent of getting cheated on by your ex, getting a new girlfriend, realizing that she is worse, and going back to the ex that cheated on you. The same dudes that were screaming F Twitch are the same dudes saying F Kick after spending some time on their platform. And I don't blame them. A few weeks ago, the streamer Bruce Drop 'Em Off, one of the bigger signings on Kick, left Kick to go back to Twitch, and this is what he had to say about the platform as a whole.
Worst side being on Kick for the year. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's the worst time I've ever had in streaming. The beginning was cool, but I learned so much behind the scenes from like being behind the scenes and knowing and it just kind of fucked up my love for streaming being on that site, if I'm being honest with you, because I got lazy. And yeah, you probably seen the number that I was making an hour. I ain't gonna say if it's true or not, because that ain't none of y'all goddamn business. But you know what I'm saying? It killed my motivation for it because it was no creativity within it. It's just do the craziest shit or you're lame, or it's like go outside and argue with a or.
So, like, if you haven't seen it yet, there's a lot of videos of usually younger kids going out in public while live streaming from a phone and causing public nuisance, like knocking drinks off of tables at outdoor seating at restaurants, screaming in people's faces, knocking phones out of hands and running away. These public nuisance streamers didn't necessarily start, but have gained a lot of cultural relevance from and on Kick.
Or you're lame. Or suck a dick on stream, or you're Quilly.
And what he's saying makes sense, because I mean, when you hear about Kick, it's always something negative / crazy. Last month, you literally had to do drinking, driving, and speeding all for content. Since when was committing a felony?
Well, actually though, like like a lot of these alt streaming platforms where the whole idea is there's no rules, when people go to a platform like that because they're looking to see streams that take advantage of the no rules idea. And so people, like, a lot of the streams that are there, some of them are just gambling streams. A lot of them are Nazi streams where you've got people just dropping slurs and screaming about Jews. And a lot of them are just people putting their lives and other people's lives oftentimes in danger just to keep the viewership up. Because it's just such a dangerous cycle of clout chasing.
Content. That is insane. Hey, yo, bro, I get the craziest idea. Let's drink some Smirnoff, drive, and speed all on the freeway live on Kick. What you thinking? Dog, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds amazing. I'm grabbing the camera right now. Then you also got the Super Pedo Bros running a two-man with a young girl. Like, the site as a whole is just hot garbage.
Yeah, so this is what I was just talking about before. This guy just got kicked from I'm
grabbing the camera right now. Then you also got
Heel Mike, 0 regrets, good night. This is him taking a photo after statutorily raping, I believe, a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old. If anybody knows the age, then you can confirm, but probably not the best idea to brag in this way while posting evidence of committing to brag and post evidence on Discord of you having committed statutory rape is wild, I'm not gonna lie. Genuinely wild. Yeah. Pretty open and shut there, I think. 15-year-old? Wow! How, okay, at that point, it's like, bro can't even claim that he was like, oh, I didn't ask her age, how could have I known? Oh, he can't even do that at that point. It's like, you could theoretically find a 16 or 17-year-old that looks like a 20 or 23-year-old in that range, and that's possible, but I don't think a 15-year-old is going to look like an adult, generally. He can't play that ignorance card that he said he was going to try to pull. What the fuck? Oh my god. It's already bad at 16, 17, yeah, because this guy's, like, old, right? He's, like, it wouldn't even be, like, a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old. It would be, like, a 28-year-old and a 17-year-old if she was 17, if I believe. I think he's like 28. So yeah, like this is pretty open and shut. He got banned. He's 38. He's 38. He's 30 fucking 8.
Got the Super Pedo Bros running a two-man with a young girl. Like, the site as a whole is just hot garbage, and I honestly don't blame Bruce for leaving the website. You'd think that Kick would get better by now because it's been through so much, but it's the complete opposite. Kick just gets worse and worse each and every month. Kick is so bad that recently an ex-Kick staff member released a video basically exposing the whole company. One of the claims she made was that Kick has a terrible workplace environment, lots of disrespect towards people's opinions, hostile, and they just straight up drop a lot of slurs in all.
Of course they do. The entire, like, the team behind it is run by, like, Trainwrecks and a couple of other, like, streamers that are literally famous for being douchebags. Like, yeah, God, being a woman having to work at that company, I'm surprised they were able to find any to work there or get them to stay for any amount of time. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry that a woman had to subject herself to the work environment at fucking Kick.
office. Some of those slurs being the N-word with the hard R and the word that starts with an F that rhymes with maggot.
There was just a consistent disrespect to other people's opinions.
Habit?
Opinions and beliefs. And this went as far as to just consistently hearing the F slur, and not even just in jest, like as a joke. It was specifically, targeted towards people that it was supposed to discriminate against. Even so much as to walk past the socials room, the guys that run the, kick streaming and kick community, and hear the N-word just dropped, hard R. And I'm like, what is this office? How? And they had the executive, like the upper management was in the room.
I'm not surprised though, because when you look at the streamers on the platform, they do the exact same thing and they don't even get banned for it.
Thank you. Those order screens are so unhygienic. Now, alright, well, you probably haven't had food in 6 days.
Yep, nope, this is pretty accurate to the average, shit you're seeing on, the average shit you see on Kick. Yeah. Just like, oh, a guy in the chat pissed me off, I'm just gonna call him the N-word.
So I'm not surprised that the staff are also allegedly doing it as well. Another thing she stated in the video was that Kick sent her a cease and desist letter, and they also lied on her name because she claimed that she quit. Yet Kick was telling everyone that she actually got fired. Another reason why she said the workplace as a whole was terrible was because every second week she needed to work at home for a few hours to drop off and pick up her daughter from school because she didn't have anyone else to do that for her, so she had to do it herself. And Kick told her that she couldn't have flexible working arrangements after some time, and they were basically saying that she has to either pick between her daughter or this Dookie website, which that's absolutely insane because most jobs.
You can see how ripped from Twitch is everything, particularly its API and everything. It's just it looks more unique now than it did on launch, but even still, it's just Twitch. It's just Twitch with less rules and a gambling section. They have a category for gambling, and of course it's their number 2, right behind the just chatting section where all the degenerate nuisance streams are.
Website, which that's absolutely insane because most jobs will allow you to make those arrangements. But like I said, I'm not really that surprised because Kick themselves, they don't really care about their platform. So what makes you think they're going to care about the workplace environment? Let's be real here. Another thing she stated in the video was that some people at Kick were actually bragging about lowering a special needs streamer's contract, and she never said who this streamer was, but what she did say is that this special needs streamer was cooler with one of the bigger Kick streamers. And if you put 2 and 2 together, you get Jake Future, who is a streamer with special needs who streams on Kick, and
is friends with all of the higher ups at Kick. That could be theoretically the case.
He hangs around Aiden Ross, one of the bigger streamers on Kick. And what's crazy is that Jake Future actually put out a tweet after this saying that Kick never lowered his deal. And if I'm being honest here, this just seems like some damage control.
Well, and it just might not have been Jake Future though. That's the thing. Could have been anybody. That's a relatively good guess as to who it could have been, but if he's denying that happened to him at all, then that doesn't mean he's doing damage control for Kick or it never happened. It could just mean it was someone else, but it could also mean it never happened or it's damage control. But I don't know. In this case, I would just assume it probably wasn't him. It was someone else that was being joked about. Plus, I don't think the point is that they did it. I think the point is that she overheard 2 or more Kick employees joking about trying to lower the contract payout on a disabled streamer.
Because we got to keep in mind, this man is on a Kick contract and he's getting paid hourly on the platform. So why would he want to make the platform look bad? I think that man put that tweet out just to play damage control, Another thing she claimed in the video was that Kick was also trying to get this Twitch streamer who had cancer over to Kick. And one of Kick's strategies to get that Twitch streamer over to Kick was to utilize their cancer.
We were talking about the fact that they were trying to get a very beloved Twitch streamer over to Kick to stream Stake as well. And just for context, this particular streamer had been publicly battling cancer recently.
Who could that be? What streamer is publicly battling cancer that they want to get to Kick? I don't think anyone I know of. This has got to be an easy one to put together if anybody knows their Twitch streamers. A popular beloved streamer who's fighting cancer, not That's very specific.
Recently. So they decided to utilize that in their strategy to get this person over. The conversation very quickly became quite sinister. I'm going to say a quote, and it's something that I cannot get out of my head because it's so heinous to me. And I think it will speak volumes in, you know, the type of characters that work there. Which is why I just
couldn't be
had
Total
to get
Biscuit.
out. The quote that I remember hearing was, "We can get her on Kick streaming steak for a relatively low price because she probably thinks she's gonna die soon."
That's gotta make you guys feel old. Total Biscuit died when I was in middle school, chat. There was a Minecraft streamer who died of cancer recently, yeah, Technoblade. That's a sad one. You guys know, like, Technoblade's story is so weird because, when he passed, everything about his news, like, obituary stuff reads like almost like my obituary because we had the same name, we're the same age, did the same thing for a living, and so if, like, you squinted a little, it was kind of like reading my own future obituary in a fucked up way. Like, I'm reading about Alex and how he loved making videos and how he passed at the age I was at the time. It was like, fuck, this is depressing to read. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Soon, and she'll want to...
It is the Vax the Sun Eater VTuber because she's fighting breast cancer. Okay, so a VTuber. Makes sense. I don't really know the VTube space.
Leave more money for her family. When I heard that, I actually was surprised.
You were in middle school in 2018. He died in 2018? That doesn't sound right. I know, I guess maybe he was alive, like, when I was in high school, maybe. He definitely had cancer when I was in middle school then. Huh, maybe he got his cancer when I was in middle school and died when I was in high school. It was sad. I mean, he was pretty beloved, but God, his politics were not great.
I sort of looked up in surprise, and everybody else was sort of looking at this person that was speaking and just being like, yeah, you know, that's true, let's go with that. Like, I think we can get this person.
That is an insane strategy.
Yeah, I was in my senior year then. Damn. Yeah, so he got... Yeah, holy shit, that makes sense, because he was on the H3 podcast a few times, and he talked about his perspective on the fact that he's going to die quite soon and, like, how he feels about it and what his thoughts were. I remember watching that, and I was in high school at the time, so he passed when I was in high school. Still, you know, pretty crazy to think about.
That's absolutely wild. She never said the streamer, but she used words like her and she, so I'm gonna assume that the streamer was probably a girl. Some people suspected that the streamer that she was talking about was Kaide, because Kaide is a streamer who's also a woman who also was publicly battling cancer. But XQC, a streamer who streams on Kick and Twitch, quickly shut that down, claiming that there was no communication between Kaide and Kick.
The Kaide clip was
dude, no, XQC's a real piece of shit, and he's, like, for those that don't know, XQC has a contract with Kick, and for those that don't know, Kick is funded by Stake, which is has a controlling share owned by Drake. If you want to see how willing this guy is to follow the money, XQC was Drake's #1 defender during the Kendrick versus Drake thing, and this dude's literally paid by Drake, and through Kick paid by Drake and paid by Kick. So, I don't believe a word XQC says in regards to this. This is actual damage control. What comes out of XQC's mouth. He is, both a controlling share owner in Kick and has a Kick contract and gets paid a lot for streaming there.
Awful too? What Kaide clip? Well, I mean, it's awful. I asked, there was no communication done to Kaide from Kick or Stake.
But Kaide later came out saying that she got an offer from Kick, but she decided to decline because the offer didn't align with her morals.
I got an offer from Kick and I declined.
There's no way that's real. Do you actually get banned if you badmouth Drake on Kick? That's a joke. You're joking, right, Delance? That's not real. They don't actually have a rule against badmouthing Drake on Kick, right? Like, they don't go that far, right? There's no way.
Find it. I decided that morally I didn't really want to go over to Kick. And even if they did try to exploit me for my cancer, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to take it. I thought it was weird.
Another thing that she stated in this video was that she had to fight tooth and nail to get the Kick streamer Just Snags banned. And if you don't know who that is, well, he was basically a streamer who'd say these weird and obnoxious things while live to basically clip farm.
I might take my security's gun off his hip and just shoot somebody.
first nigga I see. I don't care if he's 7, 8, 10. I don't care if he's fucking 30, 40, 60.
There's a lot of people on the platform looking to say the worst things they can think of for a reaction to get fame and popularity.
I'm clapping a nigga broad daylight. I might go to jail for the rest of my life today, like for a viral clip. You know me, nigga.
And he would even say these things to young girls.
You 14.
Yeah, the worst things they can think to do.
So that what grade is that? Like a sophomore?
8th grade. Sophomore.
8th grade?
Sophomore.
Can I play with that?
Sophomore's like 16. What?
Yo, can I play with that little 8th grade pussy? Can I play with that little...
Have I made my point about how much Kick fucking sucks?
Little 8th grade pussy. Can I play with that little 8th grade pussy?
And then he eventually got...
I'm sorry. That's so fucking real. This is the most real... I could not have created a more perfect reaction image. That is the only correct facial reaction to have to those words.
And then he eventually got banned and said he was going to beat on Eddie and his wife. And if you don't know who Eddie is, that is one of the owners of Kick.
Eddie, free me on Kick. Or I'm going to come to Australia and beat on you. Word of my mother. I'm going to beat on you and your wife. Eddie, fuck your wife now. You got me mad, you know what I'm doing me. Now I'm going to say fuck your wife. Like, nigga.
The man as a whole...
Yeah, there's a reason why there's no respected content creators on Kick, yeah.
It's just a weirdo. Another streamer that she had to also fight tooth and nail to ban was this one 11-year-old streamer on the platform. And yes, you heard that correctly, an 11-year-old streamer. Basically, there was a staff member promoting this 11-year-old Kick streamer on Twitter, while the age to stream on Kick is literally 13. And the reason she knew that this kid was 11 was because she checked his Facebook page. And I'm actually taking a peek at this right now, and it looks like this man just turned 11 June 1st. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is that this man got unbanned and he streamed 2 hours ago. Like, Kick let the man off the hook whole time. This man is literally going against their TOS. Their TOS literally says that you gotta be 13 years old, yet this man is streaming at 11 years old.
Because there's sort of a quiet understanding that while they have a TOS of some kind, that there's not really one, right? Like, it exists on paper, but if you play it cool, it's not going to be a real problem for you, you know? That's kind of like the unspoken agreement between Kick and its streamers.
It makes no sense at all. I don't think Kick knows that if they make these rules, they gotta enforce them as well, especially when it comes to an 11-year-old streaming. If the age says 13 and this kid is 11, ban him. Like, what the heck? I personally think that 11 years old is too young to stream, especially on Kick. But yeah, those are like some of the key points in the video. If you want to check out the full video, I'm gonna link it in the description.
I wanted to show, I do highly recommend, by the way, before we move on, go sub to Cameron. This is a good video. I like this. I've never seen any of his videos before. This was solid. I'm going to drop a sub. I already dropped the like before I started because that's what I do. I literally reflexively like videos before I watch them so I don't forget. I like to be a good YouTube citizen. So go ahead and interact that link. There should be a link down below in the description if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact. You know what that last point reminds me of? This is the point I wanted to move on to before. Every couple years, it feels like the internet decides that a child should be like virally famous for being like a potty mouth internet figure. You know what I mean? I think the most famous example is from like back in like 2016 with Soph, aka Lieutenant Corbus, who was just this like 11 or 12-year-old girl who would just speak with the most like horrific fucking like language ever, you know, just constant like, but very creative swearing. You knew it was written by like an adult probably. This happened on Kick recently. God, my nose won't stop itching. I don't know why. This happened on Kick recently. I want to see if I can find this. I'm pretty sure this was Kick trying to astroturf a streamer into existence. Can I not? I used to be able to find things online. Can I not find this fucking video? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so this, like, post went viral saying, this is Jamie, a 16-year-old streamer who is absolutely taking over the internet. And it's always just some random kid who goes viral for, like, being a potty mouth. He doesn't exist anymore. He's gone. This kid, like, never became anything. But this is, like, a Kick streamer, if I remember correctly, right? Like this shit happens where it's, like, a random kid gets propped up by the internet for swearing online.
I'd like to make it clear to everyone present that I am severely unmedicated, so if you have a problem, take it up with my f***ing therapist. Tonight the music seems so loud, I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way, we'd hurt each other.
Stop butchering Careless Whisper.
Fair, all of the sides are chipped, because I keep fucking knocking into shit. It's sexy anyway, look at it. I'd like to make it clear.
Like, this shit's just, like, the kind of stuff that goes viral with, like, adult men who are pedophiles and, like, teenagers who want to see some squeaker kid, like, swear on the internet for some reason. I don't know why this shit goes viral. I don't know what is up with the internet. But, like, Kick does this shit, too, where it's like, here's a random kid no one's ever heard of going viral because he swears and bothers people. It's like, okay. What the fuck is happening on this site? Why is this viral? Why is this popular? Keep children off these streaming services, please. It is a human rights violation that I am required to possibly see the opinion of a actual child at any given point throughout the day because the internet exists and allows children on it. It shouldn't happen. Like, how's the tweet go exactly? It's a human rights violation that I'm at risk at any time of seeing a 13-year-old's opinion on the internet. I forget exactly how the tweet goes, but it really stuck with me. I've never heard a more concise description of how violated I feel by the internet forcing me to read some of the takes and things I see. Yeah. That's so true. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, you guys know the meme. That's good. That's really good. Okay, so with that said, if you guys like this segment, I would like you guys to drop a like. It really helps a lot. Every thumbs up, comment, and subscription and bell icon rung really helps a lot and helps to push my content out into the algorithm to more people. So I really do appreciate it. However, I would also appreciate if you guys could follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, as well as join my fan Discord, which is basically the main hub of my community, totally free to join. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there, as well as announcing all my new uploads and streams, so make sure to join if you haven't already. And of course, make sure to maybe potentially support me. If you want to directly support me, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamlabs, Patreon, or buy some merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, don't forget to join my Discord once again, because we are about to do a watch party in my Discord server. Xander's Theater, we're watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, Seasons 1, Episodes 7 through 12. I already watched the first 6 episodes in the Progressive Victory Discord, and next week's 6 episodes will also be in Progressive Victory with the following in my Discord again. So just make sure you're in mind for tonight, and I'll make sure you guys know how to join the Progressive Victory Discord for next week's watch party of Avatar, and I'm excited to watch more. So hopefully I'll see you guys there. Thank you for watching, and have a good one. All right. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. And that is the last segment for the day. I've not seen the new episode of The Boys yet, no. I'm waiting to watch it with my buddy, who has not been available the last 24 hours, sadly. Okay. And that concludes this scroll. It is now completely full, along with this one, which means I need to add both these scrolls to my completed scrolls shelf once I get one. I'm gonna put them down on the ground here for now so they're out the way. And my next stream, I'm gonna have to write my segments down in this scroll and start a whole new one and order some more on Amazon. Man. The beginning of a new era, a new scroll. I thought that was a joke. He actually has scrolls? Yes, of course I've got scrolls. Why would I joke about that, Colony of Dice? There's nothing funny about saying you have scrolls and not having any. It's far more funny to say you have scrolls and then it turns out you actually have scrolls and you use them. And of course I've got my pen as well. The feather's pretty fucked up at this point, but you know, it gets used, you know? That is indeed very funny. I appreciate it. These are literally like $14 on Amazon, by the way, for a 3-pack of scrolls. Ah, yes, the Scroll of Truth. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, did someone say Chinese is a complicated language? Yes.
I named you.
How Western parents name their child. Okay, let's see this.
Esther, named after my childhood friend. Your child is born with the element of fire, together with the family name Ling, which consists of double wood, fire burn wood. Hence, your child is born with excessive fire. This explains the heat rising for this few days because your child is born. Hence, that's why with this name, Man, immense graceful for pretty girl. Most importantly, by adding these 3 drops of water, balance the fire in your child, yet strengthen the family. Because water distinguish fire, but water nurture wood. Balance in all things. And finally, Ni, immense girl, which also the same pronunciation as Ni, but giving us the element of earth. Hence, your child shall become. And the name Lingmani, elegant. In English, Money Ling. I named you.
Okay. You got me. You got me with the jump scare Avatar: The Last Airbender intro title card. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. And then Default X, thank you for the $10 donation. How kind and epic of you. Thank you. Says, my girl loves listening to your stream, and we have been having discussions about what you are talking about. She thinks you're amazing. Oh, I appreciate that. Hopefully you guys have some fun political conversations. I'm glad I'm able to, like, spur conversation topics. And maybe you guys will be able to teach each other things about politics. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the $10. Enjoy the streams, and I hope you guys have a good one. Thank you for watching. And I appreciate the $10 a lot. Let me update the dono goal really fast, and then it is time for us to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. All right, everyone. It's time for me to wrap up stream, but before I do that, I want to direct all of you to join my fan Discord and hop into the Xander's Theater VC, which is what I'm hopping in right now as I start the stage. Avatar: The Last Airbender watch party. Start stage. Yo! Excellent. People are already joining. All right, everyone. Well, I hope to see you all there. Please consider joining the Avatar watch party. I think it's going to be a blast. I've never seen it before, and I'm excited to see the next 6 episodes. And see where the story is going. I'm quite enjoying it so far, and yeah, hopefully you guys are able to vicariously relive watching the show for the first time through me, if you're like a long-standing fan. And if you haven't seen it before, I mean, what better way to watch it for the first time, right? So yeah, I'm super excited. I'm enjoying the show so far. It's quite good. It's got good world building. Like really good world building. I really like it. But yeah. Okay, everyone. Hopefully I will see more of you join the watch party. We've already got 23 people in there and growing already. Damn, you guys are piling in. I love to see it. This looks like it's going to be a popular watch party. Better get here while there's still spaces, because we do have a limited number of slots. We've got a lot, but a limited number of slots. So hopefully we see you there. Hopefully you show up before you lose your seat. Anyway, guys, with all that said, thank you so much for watching the stream today. You all have been amazing and beautiful and awesome. I hope I see you in the Discord watch party. And as always, have a good one. Bye, everybody. Doo-doo fart.